Mm. Might need some more creamer in that coffee. Happy Sunday to you all. Yours truly with the wild hair is back. I'm feeling some kind of way. I woke up and, oh man, I need to get my nail file. Woke up, took a bath, and brought my little self on in here. Nail file. Came on in here to say hi on this lovely, lovely Sunday. I hope you all are doing well. I decided to have a cup of coffee with you before I get on my merry way. It's a beautiful day outside. The birds are singing. The owl is hooting. And yeah, I really can't complain. I really can't complain. I'm feeling good. Hope you're feeling great on this lovely Saturday. As you can see, my hair is still wild. It's just, that's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So anyway, I wanted to come on in here and say hello to you all. So hello. How are you doing this Saturday? I hope you are doing well. Really don't have too much to talk about. Maybe some spiritual things because it is Sunday. It is Sunday after all, you know. Some will say it is the beginning of the week. Yes, and I would agree there. Although I know some will say that Monday is the beginning of the week. And I get that too. Today we might look a little into Constantine because it is Sunday after all. Maybe see the effects of Constantine and his rulership. I am watching the birds as always. Today's bird are the blackbirds. They've been coming to visit me lately. You guys know I put out water for them and they go and they hang out at the water dish. It is a meditation that I enjoy. And so yeah, that's what, if you see me looking that way, then that's what I'm looking at. Okay, please excuse my look. I got a lot going on with my skin and some things that need a healing. Perfection is just not always possible. And we know this. So let's go ahead and look into Constantine. Thank you for the love always. Thank you for being here. Don't know how many people are going to be here today, and that's okay. That's okay. You know, I just kind of show up randomly. I'm on my iPad, so if it looks like I'm looking in 7 different directions, it's because I am. It's because I am. So, also, my eye is twitching, so that's a whole nother story for another day. I feel like I looked it up, and why does your eye twitch? What vitamin are you missing? Come to find out, it's B12. So, yeah, today is a day for B12. And the more you know, the more you know. So let's go ahead and look at Constantine. He's an interesting character. I'm going to be using my phone for this. This is a quick research, I suppose. These are things you can look up yourself, but it's interesting to note. First of all, I don't know what you look like or what your mama look like. You know, I find it fascinating that you feel the need to come on somebody's live that you don't know and give your 2 cents about what they look like. What do you look like? You look like a fool is what you look like. Especially when you come here early in the morning with disrespect. I'm going to ask you to check yourself before you wreck yourself. Okay? Because I'm not the one to play with. I ain't one of your little friends. All right. Now, let's talk about Constantine. Constantine, if I could spell right this morning, and the history of Christianity. Just for fun. All right. You know, it's amazing to me in 2026 why people don't do their research these days, because back in my day, I always talk about this, we had to go to the library, okay, to look up things and to do our research. Nowadays, you could just look it up on Google. But what's crazy about it is, you know, people don't do that. And I find that strange. I remember a long time ago, can't remember what class this was, but it was talking about something about information illiteracy and how people are illiterate because of a lack of information. But now people have so much information and they still suffer from information illiteracy, which I find pretty fascinating. Why do you suppose it is that people have information right at their fingertips and yet still remain illiterate when it comes to research? Let me ask you that. Okay, so just so you guys know, before Constantine, Christianity was not the dominant religion of the Roman Empire. I talk about this every once in a while when people come on my page and they're like, oh, Christianity. And I'm like, oh, the reason why you have Christianity today, the way that you have it, is because of different wars that were fought, and specifically during the time of Constantine. Constantine had a massive influence on the story of Christianity as we know it today. So, have you guys ever done your research on Constantine and the different things that he affected? Now, early Christians followed the teachings of Jesus Christ, but for the first 3 centuries, they were often persecuted, marginalized, considered suspicious by Roman authorities. Also, there were so many different types of Jesus Christ followers. There were so many different concepts for Christianity. One thing to look into would be the Gnostic Gospels. Okay, what's happening? Okay. The Romans were mostly polytheistic, worshiping many gods and also expecting loyalty to the emperor. Christians refused to worship the emperor, Roman gods, which made them politically suspect. Persecution happened. Now, of course, the early group of Jesus followers, they suffered a lot of persecution, no doubt about that. Hola! How are you? Good morning to you, good evening to you, good afternoon to you, wherever you are. We've started our conversation about Constantine because it's Sunday. Now, Constantine became an emperor after a series of civil wars in the early 4th century. All right. According to Christian writers, Constantine reportedly had visions. He saw crosses in the sky. Okay, saw a cross in the sky. right, let's continue. Okay, now it says that Constantine and co-emperor, I don't know if I'm going to pronounce this right, so maybe you know how to pronounce it, let me know. Licinius issued this decree. What it did, it legalized Christianity. It allowed freedom of the religion in the empire. Okay. This did not make Christianity the official religion yet. It simply stopped persecution and gave Christians equal status. Okay. Constantine and the church. Constantine began actively supporting the Christian church. He funded church construction. He gave clergy tax exemptions. He returned property to Christian communities. He built major churches, okay, such as the Church of the Holy Sculpture in Jerusalem. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong. Bear with me. And then came the Council of Nicaea. Ooh, now this is interesting. One of the biggest events Constantine influenced was the First Council of Nicaea. At the time, Christians were arguing about the nature of Christ. There was a lot of arguing going on around then. You see, because during the time that Jesus walked the earth, there was no Christianity as we know it today. Didn't happen until after the fact. And the reason, like, this is why we're talking about this, the reason why you have Christianity the way you have it today is because of a man called Constantine. Did you know that? It's pretty interesting stuff when you look at the history. I like history, personally. You know, and I understand that history can be pretty biased, you know. Some might say, what's that saying, that history is told by the people who were victorious? I get that. I get that too. But anyway, back in the day, the Christians were arguing about what's what and how we're going to do this and what we're going to say and how we're going to put this thing together. And Constantine came into the picture. Okay, so anyway, a priest's name, his name is Arius, and I'm probably pronouncing that wrong. These names are ancient. A priest named Arius claimed Jesus was created by God. He claimed this from his lips. Okay. A man said that Jesus was created by God, therefore not equal to God. Other Christians disagreed. They said, oh, really now? Constantine called the council to settle the dispute and unify the church. Constantine said, you know what? There's a lot of arguing going on around here. We need to settle on some things so that we have this doctrine. And a doctrine is something that's man-made. Christianity is a man-made religion. Right now, we're talking about the men who are responsible for creating the doctrine that we know today and that many practice today, many Christians practice today. Do you know the history of your religion? Have you taken the time to look behind the curtain just to kind of see where it all comes from? It's kind of fascinating when you think about it, you know. All right. Anyway, the council agreed, and they produced the Nicene Creed, declaring, this is what the council said. Again, a group of men came together. They were men, just like you and me, people. They came together. They had a meeting, and they said, this is what we're going to say. Okay. The council agreed. They said Jesus is of the same substance with God the Father. They agreed to this. This is what they said. Okay. This became the foundational doctrine for most Christian churches. This is how. It's fascinating to me. There wasn't anything that fell from the sky. There wasn't anything, mystical, so to speak. It was a meeting that was had with some people, with some men, and they said, this is what it is. What do you think about that? It's interesting. I might need a little bit more creamer in this. We'll see. Because, I don't like my coffee to be too bitter. Anyway, I'm going to say it again. The council produced the Nicene Creed declaring Jesus is of the same substance with God the Father. The council said this. These men, they had said this. Okay. Did Constantine create Christianity? This is a common claim, but historically, no. Christianity already existed for about 300 years before Constantine. Constantine just made some things clear. However, Constantine transformed its political position. Before him, Christianity was persecuted. It was the minority religion at the time. Okay. After him, Christianity was protected and a favored religion of the empire. Okay. And then later, around 380 CE, Christianity became the official religion of the Roman Empire. That's huge. Now, Constantine's personal faith. Historians still debate how sincere Constantine's Christianity was. Was he really Christian? Was he just doing this for political power? Interesting facts. He continued using some pagan imagery on coins for years. This is why they question. He was baptized only on his deathbed. This is why they question. So he likely saw Christianity as both a genuine belief and a political tool for unity. Now, why does Constantine matter? Constantine's reign changed Christianity from a small persecuted movement into a powerful institutional religion tied to the state. Constantine was a powerful man. His influence shaped church organization, Christian doctrine debates. He cleared all that up. Okay, and the relationship between the church and the empire. Without Constantine, Christianity may have grown anyway, but it likely would have done so much more slowly without the imperial backing. Again, this is why Constantine is important. Okay, now, very interesting. Very interesting stuff, isn't it? Let's go deeper. Let's look at what Christianity looked like before Constantine. Because it's Sunday after all. And let's go esoteric. Esoteric. Give me 1 second. Get you some coffee. Powerpuff Girls, yeah. My mommy bought me these pajamas. I also want to talk about the wars that were fought during that time. you. They're super comfy. They're super soft. This part, the buttons don't work like they should. So I got a safety pin in there. All right. All right. So Christianity before Constantine. Okay. Before the 4th century, Christianity was not a unified religion. Before Constantine, the Christians were all over the place. They weren't unified with their doctrine. They hadn't decided what was what, etc., etc., you know. And again, doctrine is something that's man-made. They hadn't come together and they hadn't made decisions and decided what their Christian doctrine was going to be. It wasn't set in stone just yet. Okay. It didn't have one official doctrine. It was all over the place. And you know that, especially like I said earlier, if you look at the Gnostic Gospels. Instead, it looked more like many small spiritual communities. It was different, you know. Many small spiritual communities spread across the Roman world. These groups, they were groups, little peoples. They met in homes, they had small gatherings, underground networks, especially during times of persecution. They did not have large churches at the time. They didn't have cathedrals or centralized authority yet, which is interesting because nowadays, the first thing people ask you, hey, 777, the first thing people ask you who are of a religious background, okay, like Christians, for example, is, do you go to church? But did you know that at one time, there was no big church? The Christians, before it became an organized system like it is now, they didn't have a big church. They met in small groups, people's homes. Did you know that? Very interesting. Okay. Anyway, they didn't have a centralized authority. There were different interpretations of the teachings of Jesus Christ. One person say this, another person say that, another person say, I didn't get that from that. That's kind of funny. Kind of funny. Anyway, depending on the region and the teacher. Early Christian communities existed in places like Syria, Egypt, Greece, Rome, Ethiopia, and Asia Minor. Each area had slightly different theological ideas. They all had different ideas. Many early Christian beliefs. What surprises many people is that early Christianity had many competing interpretations of who Jesus was. They couldn't even agree on who Jesus was. Talking about early Christianity on this Sunday. Something that your pastor may not be talking to you about. What happened? Why is it the way it is today? Well, this is why. That's why history is so important, you know? Anyway, back in the day, the early Christians, spiritualists, they didn't even have an agreement on who Jesus was. Interesting. Some groups believe Jesus was divine. Some believe that he was a human teacher. Some said he was a spiritual messenger. Some said he was an enlightened being revealing hidden knowledge. Some groups emphasized mystical knowledge. Others emphasized faith. Others focused on ethical living. So they were all over the place. Can you imagine? This diversity is why early Christianity produced many writings, many different perspectives. Examples include texts like the Gospel of Thomas. Now, some of these texts you won't see in your traditional King James Bible. Why? Well, there's a few reasons why. For one, King James Bible was written for King James. Hey, Wagwan, how you doing, Paula Lindo? We're talking about the history of Christianity prior to Constantine And we're talking about the effects that Constantine had on Christianity. This is really interesting stuff, actually. I like kind of doing a deep dive, you know, especially on a Sunday. You know what I mean? All right, yeah. So, like I was saying, we'll get into that later, you know, how the Bible was formed and all that. But it was decided ultimately by a group of men. Oh, everything. Oh, you're cooking curry. Is that right? Oh, you're learning patois. Oh, nice. Nice. I love that for you. How long have you been studying that? But yeah, it was decided what books would go into the Bible by a group of men. Yeah, we talked about the Nicaean Council. Yeah, we talked about that. Yeah. Okay, so there are several books that didn't make the cut. They didn't make the cut. But anyway, early on, before all of that, Christianity produced many writings. For example, the Gospel of Thomas, the Gospel of Mary. And it says here, greetings. What you say? Yeah, everything cooking curry means something like it's all good. I'm not really cooking. I can't. I literally thought you were cooking curry. That's so funny. It says the greetings of Nag Hammadi Library. Don't know what that means. Hi, Larry. How are you? Paulindo, you're so funny. Many of these were later excluded. Like I said, they were excluded from the official Bible. Yeah, Library of Alexandria in Egypt. Now, one might ask, why were these writings excluded from the official Bible? Well, you can theorize and say, well, they had a certain agenda in mind in the first place when they decided what books would go into the Bible. Interesting. Let's continue, shall we? Good stuff today. I hope you got your coffee. I'm probably going to put some more creamer in here. I know I've been saying that, but you know, like, I feel like it could get like, maybe like just a touch, maybe like a touch more. Before I move on to the next piece, I'm probably going to get a touch of creamer. Oh, thank you for thumbs upping this video. That's right. Drop a like if you love intelligent conversation. Hey, GD, how are ya? Oh, I'm doing well, Larry. I keep biting my lip right here. I got a bump because I bit my lip. That's what happens when your lips are juicy and you end up biting them. That's a problem. That's a real problem. But yeah. Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday. Today's topic is the history of Christianity. Today's topic talks about Constantine. I've already kind of went over what Christianity looked like after Constantine earlier in this video, and now I'm talking about what Christianity looked like before Constantine. You know, it went from being totally unorganized to being organized. What you say, however, happy Women's Day, B. Is it Women's Day? Today is just a Memorial Day. Memorial Day? Am I saying that right? Hold on, it disappeared on me. But we should celebrate women every day. I didn't even know it was Women's Day today, Paulindo. I didn't know that. But yeah, happy Women's Day. I agree. We need to celebrate women every day. We need to celebrate men every day. We need to celebrate being human beings every day. We need to celebrate love every day. Every single day. Every single day. All right. So let's go a little bit deeper. Oh, it's the 8th of March. Is that right? Oh, I need to come to Italy then. You know, I plan on making a trip to Europe. A friend of mine is actually from Italy. Right now, she's in Morocco. She's kind of like a gypsy. I love her to pieces and whole again. Oh yeah, I feel like Italy will accept me with open arms. I feel like my man is My man is somewhere in Italy. I'm just saying. So the esoteric or mythical Christianity. Now, seems like, this is just my perspective over the years, what I've gained to understand is that, oh, you're right, exactly, Paulindo, you're right there. It's like thinking. Every group, Christianity, Muslims, Judaism, all have like a mystical, a secret group. There's the group and then there's a secret group. Okay, Christianity is no different. Now, early on, some early Christians followed traditions, I'm reading in the notes here, that modern scholars call the Gnostic Christianity. That's why I say the Gnostic Gospels. If you're wondering how to spell that word, this is a strange word. That's G-N-O-S-T-I-C. Again, G-N-O-S-T-I-C. Gnostic Christianity. The word gnosis means knowledge or inner knowing. Interesting. These groups believed divine truth is discovered through inner awakening. Inner awakening. Now, some of these things might sound almost new age. Hey, Milwaukee. We're talking about the history of Christianity, how Constantine helped form the doctrine, some of the doctrine of Christianity, and what Christianity looked like prior to Constantine. Good stuff. Good stuff. Including some of the secret teachings of Christianity that the Gnostic Gospels or the Gnostic Christians kept and wrote about, including some of the secret books or the books that were not included in the official Bible. Isn't it fascinating, especially for my Christians out there? Did you know this about Christianity? I'm just curious. Just curious. Okay? Again, on this channel, I don't care what religion you are. I don't care if you have a religion. You could be atheist. I don't have anyone's belief system. I respect everyone's belief system. I understand that there are many paths, and hey, we're all in this classroom of life, and you gotta do what you gotta do to make it in this world. So if Christianity works for you, I think that's fantastic. It's fantastic. But today, we're talking about the history of it. I was curious if you knew about it. Now, again, some of these concepts from the early Christians seem esoteric, secret teachings. A traditional Christian today might even say, oh my goodness, that's demonic, or what they mean, evil is what they mean. You see. But early on, it was common for that group to believe that way before the doctrine, the Christian doctrine, was officially established. Okay? But anyway, let's continue. These groups believed divine truth was discovered through inner awakening. Awakening, enlightenment. Interesting. The kingdom of God is within the individual. Oh, snap. The kingdom of God is within. You mean to tell me that there's no place outside of me, that the kingdom of God is within me? This is secret knowledge. Secret knowledge. Spiritual transformation comes through self-knowledge. This is what the early Christians believed. Today's Christian, not so much. Today's Christian, in general, I'm speaking in generalizations, if you were to bring up some of these concepts to them, they would think you're off your rocker. They would call you maybe even a heretic. Interesting stuff, though, is it not? Some teachings attributed to Jesus in these texts sound very mystical. For example, the Gospel of Thomas, which just did not make it in the books. The Gospel of Thomas says the kingdom is inside you and it is outside of you. As within, so without. As within, so without. As above, so below. These traditions focus less on external authority and more on spiritual insight and transformation, which is interesting because, of course, you know, we talk a lot about alchemy on this channel, and alchemy talks about transformation, turning lead into gold. Fascinating. Now, if you're like me and you're a nerd, you will find this information fascinating. If you're not a nerd, then this is just not for you. But it's interesting, okay? Now, why Constantine changed things? Well, when Constantine the Great, because that's what he called himself, Constantine the Great, adopted Christianity, the religion moved from a diverse spiritual movement. Before the doctrine was established, Christianity was a diverse spiritual movement. Like I said, the Christians of today in general, if they were to see what Christianity looked like prior to Constantine, they would probably consider it evil. Period. Okay? Anyway, it was a diverse spiritual movement, but after Constantine, now it's something more organized. Now, Constantine said emperors need unity, clear doctrine, and centralized authority. Why would they need centralized authority? Because of power, because of control. Because if you can control the narrative, then you can control the people. But if people are diverse and they have their own spiritual concepts, well, then you're in trouble. Because now people are thinking. I don't want them to think. We want them to believe. Uh-oh. So disagreements between Christian groups became a problem politically. Politics. Okay. The reason why you have Christianity the way you have it today is partly because of politics. Politics is a man-played game. Man-made and man-played. It's very simple, you guys. It's logical. Very logical. Do I have any logical people out there? If I do, then you know what I'm talking about. Anyway, that's one reason Constantine called the First Council of Nicaea. The goal was not only theological, but also political stability. Politics. You have Christianity the way you do today partly because of politics. A man-made, man-played game. Right. Paulindo. Once again, here we are. At councils like this, certain beliefs became official. They didn't become official because of, again, fireworks in the sky. God coming down and showing his feet, so to speak, like my ex would say. They became official because of councils. Men coming together with cups of coffee saying, oh, hell no. Keep this. Get rid of that. Hell no to that. No mystical experience there. Just decisions made by men who are imperfect. Now, take a sip of your coffee. I'm going to get some more creamer for this coffee. You guys let me know. I'm enjoying this conversation. This is a conversation that definitely needs to be had. And I'm past due in having it. So I'm going to get some more creamer for my coffee. But you can see my PJs. Now, I don't sleep with these PJs. I put them on after I got out of the tub. Okay. I'm going to get some more creamer from my coffee. My cheeks are probably ashy. I don't know. But here we go. It's a good break. A little bit more creamer. And I got to heat up my coffee real quick. I got a tinkle, so I'll be back. But let that sit on your soul, okay? That the information that you have today and the doctrine that you have today, the reason why you have it is because a group of probably crusty men got together with their cups of coffee and decided, we're going to take that shit out, we're going to put that shit in. Okay? Interesting. Okay. And let me fix my background so it's pretty for you. Yeah. It's a nice comfy thing that I have to sit. I'll be back. I got a sequel. It's still not pretty. But okay. We'll put it like this. There we go. Now it's pretty. I'll be back. Something ripped when I went to the bathroom, so I just want to make sure. I didn't rip anything. Okay. All right. Doesn't look like any damage was done. Okay. Did you guys get your coffee? All right. And are you with me? Okay. Making sure you're with me now. I'm gonna get my chair, move my chair, get comfortable again, get on this chair. Again, I'm great. Oh, thank you. So, I'm 5'1", if you don't know. And so, I have to climb on things. Such as life. Life of a little person. Again, today, we're talking about Christianity, the history of it. Post-Constantine and pre-Constantine. Why does it look like it looks today? Thank you. Thank you so much. Again, this is a very educational topic, you guys. I'm going to need you to focus. Okay? I'm going to need you to focus today. It's a perfect topic to have for a Sunday. All right? Now, going back to my little notes here. So Constantine, he called the first council of Nicaea, like I said. The goal was not only theological, but political stability. Again, politics involved in the making of Christianity as we see it today. Councils, at this council, certain beliefs became official. Other interpretations were labeled as heresy. Again, you're going against the church now. Before it was open, it was spiritual. The kingdom of heaven was within. It was about self-knowledge, knowledge of self. It was a spiritual thing. Now all of a sudden, if you think that way, you done lost your damn mind. Woo! It's funny to me. No. It's funny to me that, again, like I said earlier in the conversation, if the Christians of today, if they could see the way Christianity was prior to developing organizational structure and prior to Constantine, they would say these people are, they're heretics. Oh, I gotta sneeze. Oh, that was the devil. Oh, man. I got saliva and all over. Anyway, let's continue. A mess. I'm a mess. Anyway, Christianity and war. So of course, you know, these concepts, they were fought out. People, they just weren't having chess and like, oh, no. There were wars that took place in order to develop these doctrines. Right. You don't want to be banished into the shadow realm. Again, shout out to Milwaukee. Shout out to my hometown. Examples include the Crusades, conflicts between Catholic and Protestant states. They feel expansion, colonial expansion justified using Christianity. Okay. Many wars labeled religious were actually driven by politics, territory, and power. Once again, religion often served as justification for these wars. Religion served as justification for wars or an identity marker. Okay. Okay, hold on. Still looking at my notes. So anyway, historians see this. Okay, I'm kind of like a historian because I like history, yeah? And historians see before Christianity, there was a diverse spiritual movement. After Constantine, Christianity became institutional religion tied to an empire. That's powerful. In later centuries, Christianity became a global religion with many denominations, which, of course, there were several fights to be had over that. You know, you got the Protestants, you know, who broke away from the church, etc., etc. You have all these different denominations. There's a reason why you have all these different denominations. These people broke rank. They said, no, we're going to do this instead. Even a difference between Catholicism, you know, and, well, like I said, Protestants. Big difference, you know. Different things, even if you go to like a Catholic church, different books are read than maybe what you would normally see if you were to go to a Protestant church, for example. Even different beliefs in different religious groups. For example, Baptists have different belief systems than maybe Protestants do. That's what I'm saying, D. Worthy. So many different denominations. It's interesting. You might have one group that believes in speaking in tongues, another group that doesn't believe in speaking in tongues. You might have one group that, I'm doing great, Struggler. How are you? Welcome. And shout out to my mods out there. Got Milwaukee, got Struggler out there. Thank you guys so much for holding it down. The coffee is coffeeing. The mood is right. What time is it? I'm going to hang out with you guys for a little bit longer. And then I'm going to go run my errands on this beautiful, lovely Saturday. It's Saturday? No, it's Sunday. Just kidding. Just kidding. It's Sunday. I'm okay. Nothing to see here. Y'all, I do laugh at myself because I just, God, you gotta laugh at yourself. Oh, thank you. Hey, Victor. Yeah, these are my PJs, Powerpuff Girls. My mom got these for me. I had a safety pin here because these buttons just stopped working. They just stopped working. And I don't know why. I don't know why, but they stopped working. Anyway, now let's go deeper into this topic. Again, today's topic right now is Christianity, the history of it prior to Constantine and pre and post Constantine. Are you a Christian? And shout out to my Christians out there. Olindo. Shout out to my Christians out there. Shout out to my atheists out there. Shout out to my Muslims out there. Shout out to my people that practice Judaism out there. Hey, 9259. Shout out to everybody. You're more than welcome to be here. I have love for absolutely everyone. Don't care what your religious background is. Yeah, I've heard about Mormonism. I haven't fully studied. Are you a Mormon? And that's a whole nother, topic in itself, It's fascinating to know the history about these things, is it not? I enjoy learning about history of different things and how they came to be and all of that. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. I myself don't have a particular religious category, okay? I just respect everybody's path because I see that, you have to do what you feel is best for you in this classroom of life. And who am I to tell you to follow my path? My path is a crazy path. The agnostics, exactly. I dated a guy who was agnostic. And at the time, I was very much so, I say I was brainwashed, even though I didn't want to believe that about myself. And he actually said I was brainwashed. I was a hardcore Christian at the time. And I could not wrap my mind around somebody believing that everybody was okay, like everybody's path was fine and da-da-da. Because at the time, me being a very hardcore traditional Christian, I was like, no, everybody's not fine. And you need to follow Jesus, and that's it. That's it. This man loved me immensely, but he was older than me. At the time, I was in my 20s. He was in my 30s. He was definitely more mature than I was from that particular lens. He told me that I was brainwashed. That was one of the last things that he told me, and he was so right. If I could call him today and tell him, if you're out there listening, Jason, his name is Jason. If you're out there listening, Jason, you were 100% right. I was brainwashed, and it took me such a long time to realize that. It really did. What you say, oh, well, I was growing up in a Catholic family, but they don't practice, and I'm more agnostic. To be honest, I don't think so much about religions. I just, yeah, me too. Me too, Paula Lindo. I'm definitely not a religious person. Yeah. However, I do like to explore these different topics because it's funny. Oftentimes I have people who come on my channel and, they automatically want the channel to go in a Christian direction, which I think is odd. But then, that just goes back to the the what do you call it? How they've been in what's the word? Intuitional, what's the word? You know what I'm saying. Basically, they've been brainwashed in a way, and I don't mean that in a mean way. I just mean that that's what the institution teaches them, that their way is the only way. And of course, I'm speaking in generalizations overall. Indoctrinated. But there's another word too. Institutionalized. That's it. My mouth wouldn't let me say it. but it did. So yeah, exactly. Indoctrinated. You're a believer of no God, no religion. Okay, awesome. Yeah, awesome. Awesome. And have you always felt that way, or is that something that you had to kind of come to your, you had an awakening where you kind of came to that, were you raised like that? For me, my spiritual journey didn't start off with religion, actually. My spiritual journey started off with energy. Oh, you're an Italian lady. Oh, is that right? Okay. Well, welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah. I didn't find religion until later on. Okay. Now, if you really want to know, let me read to you. Okay. Just a little bit. Okay, bear with me. Now, I don't know about you, but when I was a kid and, I was in class and someone, like we had it was time to be read to, I really enjoyed that. I don't know why, but I enjoyed it. Maybe partly it was because of the illustrations in the book, but also it was just being able to hear a story and hear someone read a story to me. So grab your coffee, just a little bit of a story time. This is from my latest book, The Ancestors Speak, My Spiritual Journey in First Altar. In my early days in the church, I was regarded as a prophet. As I have mentioned in my previous books, my journey into church began after I had already discovered my deep spirituality. My mother felt compelled to bring me to church, guided by an intuition she could not ignore. Despite this, my strongest connections were always to nature, the trees, the outdoors, and the unseen energies that surrounded me from a tender age. Some of you guys might be able to relate to this here. Okay. I recall checking out books on ESP and palm reading between the ages of 7 and 11, oblivious to how unusual they might seem to others, until one day my school librarian raised an eyebrow at me, like, girl, what you doing with these weird books? Those esoteric books fascinated me deeply. I was already in as a kid, leading me to practices like throwing salt over my shoulder. I still do this. A habit I've kept since the 80s after encountering a spell about banishing spirits. I still do that. Hey, Cuban, how are you? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Well, as you're here, we are talking about Christianity, post-Constantine, pre-Constantine. Okay. We're talking about my spiritual path. Okay. And of course, we're honoring all spiritual paths or non-spiritual paths or whatever. Everybody's welcome here always. Is that right? Paulindo, you're funny. Hey, Tim, how are ya? Welcome to the chat. Always good to see you. Yeah, it's a very interesting conversation. Yeah, it is. It is. I'm feeling great. Thanks, Tim. How are you feeling? It's a beautiful day. Sun's out, buns out. Sun's out, buns out. But so far, you guys have missed us talking a little bit about the Council of Nicaea, the Roman Empire, again, the structure of Christianity after Constantine. Oh, thank you, Paulindo. I'm known for my laugh. Which I guess it's a good thing to be known for. Yeah, so that's what you missed so far, but no worries, because I'll get back to that. Right now, we're talking about my history, my spirituality. We talked so far about how before Christianity became this organized religion with all these doctrines, that it was very scattered and it was more spiritual than it was official, like man-made type. It was more spiritual, it was more loose, it was more flowy. was more mystical, it was more esoteric, it was more secret, it was more hidden, and it was definitely more diverse than it is now. And we're talking about how did it get to the place where you have a certain structure when before you didn't have that structure, you see. But even now it's diverse, but it's definitely, it has guideposts, it has certain things you can't go outside of. Like you must say that, Jesus was the Son of God, for example. You must, otherwise you done lost your damn mind, according to the doctrine, the official man-made doctrine, because all doctrine is man-made. Interesting stuff. Interesting. So far that's what we talked about. That's what you missed. But we'll get back into that. And as always, this conversation is not to shame anybody. Don't care what your damn belief is on a Sunday. Do what you feel you need to do. And live your life. Live your life to the fullest. Okay? And enjoy doing what you do. Enjoy doing what you do. Now, for myself, of course, I'm not religious. I don't practice man-made religion. Okay? But back in the day, I sure did. Anyway, I began attending church as a child, starting with the Kingdom Kids ministry, where I would eagerly board the bus at around 11 years old. Okay. They had a church bus. You guys remember the church buses that would come pick you up to take you to church? They're like, oh, you going to church. We'll come get you. That's how it was. The church that I went to was Parkline Assembly of God. Some of you guys might be familiar with the Assembly of God churches because they're all over. Anyway, the church, Parkline Assembly of God, rooted me deeply in spirituality. I went deeper. I was already spiritual, now I went deeper. Adding to the mystical experiences that I was already encountering as a kid, because I was already having mystical experiences before church. It is difficult, really, to articulate, as I say here, how it amplified these experiences, but it did. But that is precisely the purpose of this chapter, okay? As I say here. I'm going to losing my pillow. Where are we? To offer a glimpse into my journey, which I seldom discuss publicly owing to its intricacies. I seldom talk about these things because my journey has multiple layers to it. Sometimes these layers are hard to articulate. They're definitely hard to understand. They're hard to verbalize and they're hard to understand. That's why I wrote it in a book. Recently, I felt inspired to share more. In this, I am influenced by the teachings of Bobby Hemmett. Bobby Hemmett is an interesting character. He is. I don't agree with everything that he says, although I do find him to be interesting. If you are familiar with Bobby Hemmett, then you're familiar with Bobby Hemmett. If you don't know, then Google it. Anyway, some of which have resonated deeply with me. I've been working on a spiritual book for a long time. This little manual right here, this book, it took me several years. I started recording for it back in 2020. After I released my book, Expect Effing More, The 5 Keys to Business Success, which was an undertaking, to say the least, which ended up having, I think, like 60 citations or 60 citations in that book. But anyway, after I released that book in 2020, I knew that I was going to do a spiritual book, and I thought that that would be next, although I ended up releasing other books before I released this book. So this book was kind of cooking. It was cooking in the oven for a long time. And I feel like this particular book, just like Expect Effing More, will have several, it's a series, okay? It's a series because spirituality is something that is continuous, and there's so much more to be said. Cooking it, what you say, Paulindo? Cooking in the heaven? Yeah, it was cooking in heaven. you know, no, it actually was cooking in my voice recorder. Because I started recording my books. A lot of times when I write my books, I have 5 published books out there. Did I say cooking in the heaven? I did not, Orlando. You're so funny. I can't. But anyway, a lot of the books that I have written, I have started by recording my voice. You know. And if I did say that, Paulindo, that might be a Freudian slip. Yeah. Okay, let me continue. So anyway, I've been working on a spiritual book for a long time. Okay, and although this chapter provides insight into my background as an author, it acknowledges, you're so funny, that the book's content is now channeled by many voices. So this is a channeled book as well. And I talk about what a channeler is, what a medium is. You're so funny, Milwaukee, and all that. I cover that in the book. I know these things might seem a little weird, but early on, Christianity seemed a little weird. So there's that. The book of Enoch seems a little weird. So there's that. You know, the Merkaba, the chariot, seems a little weird. Sacred geometry seems a little weird. Yeah, string theory seems a little weird. So on this channel, we cover things that might seem a little weird. I kind of like to cover those things. All right. Now, as a child in church, I spent my time observing, listening, and absorbing. By 14, I moved beyond ordinary dreams. I was a dreamer, always had dreams as a kid. Frequently experiencing precognitive dreams and developing the ability to leave my body during sleep. This was very common for me. I could leave my body during sleep. And it was so common that I used to pray for and wish just to have ordinary dreams where I would just stay put. That's just how common it was, okay? My nose is itching. I spray perfume. I feel like I gotta sneeze again. Anyway, here we go. I believe the ability was shaped by the abuse I experienced. Yeah, I experienced a lot of abuse growing up. I don't know. I talk about that in my books. If you read my books, you know. And I guess a lot of us have witnessed certain things growing up. Everybody has a story, you guys. Everybody has a story, and I think part of the reason why I was able to leave my body so much had something to do with the abuse that I experienced growing up. Now, listen here. Anyway, I endured this abuse. No, it wasn't verbal. From the age of 5 to 15. Now, this was abuse that my mother didn't even know was going on. Okay. Anyway, this is an integral part of the story, not for sympathy, because it's a story, but for understanding. Okay. I cover so much in this book, and I have a whole chapter that talks about, some of the things in Expect Effing More. It's like the last chapter. This is why I can come before you and talk to you about love, talk to you about forgiveness, and talk to you about the power of stillness and the power of meditation. Not because everything in my life has been perfect. No, quite the opposite. Quite the opposite. And yet, I still love, because love is the highest vibration. You see. Very fascinating stuff, you guys. All right, now, it took me into my adult years to understand the significance of certain dreams. Like one where I flew over a rooftop that later turned out to be a building I visited in real life. Okay? As a child, I often prayed for dreams that kept me anchored, because that's like I said, I used to have these dreams all the time. They were vivid. I was all over the place. Anyway, I attempted to program my mind before sleep to avoid experiences where I felt detached from my body. It is nothing for me to detach myself from my body. That is a practice that I've had since I was a child. It's nothing for me to do that. It's a practice that I've had. It's just naturally able to do it. Some of you guys may also be familiar with that. Okay. Despite my efforts, I would sometimes find myself watching my own sleeping form. Like I could watch myself sleep. When I was a kid, I could watch myself sleep and be outside of my body and watch myself. All right. Anyway, experiencing a strange disconnect between my awake and asleep states. Around the age of 14, after several years in church, I was already several years in church by the time 14 hit. That's why when I have people that come on my channel that automatically are like, Jesus, 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 I'm like, you have no idea where I've been, what I've seen, and all of that. Wisdom is understanding a person's path before assuming things. That's wisdom. All right. Anyway, around the age of 14, after several years in church, I began to develop the gift of hearing an inner voice, which came to me one day while I was with my mother. This inner voice was distinct from audible sounds, this inner knowing, A stark contrast to the ringing in my ears. What you say, is that your dreaming? Is that your dreaming, seeing yourself sleep? Yeah, there's a part of me that's asleep, and then there's a part of me that's awake that's watching myself sleep, is what I experienced growing up, And not only, you want to drink some water? Yes, stay hydrated. And not only did this happen, as a kid for me, this happened as a grown-up for me as well. This ability to watch myself. Anyway, a stark contrast to the ringing in my ears as a young child, which I once fancied as communication from another realm, a theory I've since chuckled about. The reason why I say I've chuckled about that, the ringing of the ear and the spiritual connection there, it's just because it's kind of funny. Nowadays, you can look up certain information out there on these internet streets that will talk about a spiritual connection between ringing of the ears, and spirit, and the spiritual connection, I should say. Which the jury's still out on that one, but I do find it fascinating, and that's why I say I kind of laugh about it. There's a lot to unpack here, because even in what I just said, it's layered, all right? But it's crucial to understand the roots of my journey, all right? When my grandmother passed away, I was 11. I was asked to compose a poem for her funeral. This came naturally to me. It was during this time I had a dream about her, seeing her in a light that I interpreted as a form of heaven. Though the details of the dream have faded, her happiness in the light remains clear. I can still see that dream to this day. Around the age of 14, while continuing my journey in church, I began not only to see and sense, but also to hear. So I could already see and I could already sense, and then my sense of hearing developed. Now these days, what do they call that? Like the Clairaudio, for example. You guys familiar with the Clairs? Hold on, let me pull them up. Clairaudio, clairaudience, a psychic ability to perceive sounds, voices, or messages from spiritual realms, guides, or energy sources that are not audible to the ordinary ear. What are the other clairs? Clairvoyant, Clairvoyance, a person believed to possess an extrasensory ability to perceive information such as hidden objects, spirits, or future events beyond the normal range of human senses. Okay, often described as clear sensing. This psychic ability involves receiving intuitive visual impressions of the past, present, or future. Okay. These clairs, hold on, there's another one. Did I get that one in there? Okay, we talked about the Clairaudio. Okay, again, just in case I missed it, because I can't remember. Clairaudience, clear hearing, is a psychic ability to perceive sounds, voices, or messages from spiritual realms, guides, or energy sources that are not audible to the ordinary ear. It manifests as internal thought, voices, or external sounds like ringing. Goes back to the ringing of the ear. Like I said, a theory I've since chuckled about, because now it's funny that there's information about it. Buzzing or music. Okay, music is interesting because I've heard music that it was not there, but heard music. So anyway, these gifts, these abilities were developed early on for me as a kid. And that's what this first chapter is about. Now, I'm not the only one on earth, of course, that has these abilities. There are many people that do. As a matter of fact, I would say that all of us do. It's just that we haven't developed them because of many different reasons. Sometimes one of the reasons, for example, could be because of man-made religion, for example. We automatically will deem these things as evil, okay? But it's funny because if you look at some of the books in the Bible, it talks about people who've had dreams, people who have visions, people who cast lots, etc., etc., etc. And then if you go into some of the books that weren't even added to the Bible, but because they were removed and because the council or the power of the people that be decided that we wouldn't have those books in there in the first place. This is interesting stuff, but it's only interesting to a person that has an open mind to begin with. Okay? And that's what this channel is about. It's about tapping into another part of your brain. It's not a conversation that you would typically have every day, nor is it always a mundane conversation. Oftentimes the conversations that we have on this channel are very deep, are very soul searching, and cause you to think in other ways that you might not have thought before. And also, of course, I have mundane conversations here as well. Conversations about anything, really. Yet I like to go into things that are quite esoteric, quite secret, you know, and just give you a little bit more meat, because that's what I'm about. Okay, now let's continue. But before I knew about the clairs and all that, because there's other clairs too, okay? I was already experiencing the clairs as a kid. Okay? This is why I can sit before you with the 33 card oracle deck that was channeled, that I created. Okay? The oracle deck. You know, oh my God, I thought it was gonna fall. You know, you talk about, I guess it did fall. The Matrix, the oracle in the Matrix. We know that. We know that because Hollywood tells us that. But we still don't understand oracle decks. You know. We can accept some of the things that Hollywood gives us. Hollywood, which is actually very esoteric. Lots of secret symbols. Lots of secret understanding within the movies, the commercials, etc. But we're disconnected from it because we're disconnected from ourselves. And this is set up by design. Going back to what I said earlier, how Christianity used to be spiritual before it became like man-made created doctrine that said, no, we can't have any of this woo-woo stuff because this is not helping us politically. It doesn't benefit us politically if the people have knowledge of self. Hey, dude. It doesn't benefit us if the people feel like the kingdom of heaven is within, because then we can't charge them to get to heaven. And believe it or not, at one point, and still in so many other ways, but in one point it was blatant. You need to pay a fee to get to heaven. And this is what it is. Did you know that? What did I put? What is that? Ciao. Things in my hair. Sorry, I got distracted. But anyway, so this channel is about going deeper. Okay. Hi, Sunny. Thank you. I'm just over here wrestling with myself. Yeah, Tim. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm over here, preaching on a Sunday. We're disconnected from ourselves. We're disconnected by design. Some people would say our pineal gland is calcified. Pineal gland, what is that? Okay, hold on. Let me look it up for you. Pineal gland. The pineal gland, often dubbed as the third eye, due to its central brain location and light-sensitive melanin. We all have melanin. Thank you. Some of us have more, some of us have less, yet we all have melanin. Melanin is very powerful. It's very powerful. Okay, sweetie. Thank you, struggler. Anyway, acts as a regulator for sleep-wake cycles. Spiritually, it is considered the seat of the soul, or gateway to higher consciousness and perception. These are some of the things that the Gnostic Gospels probably talked about before Constantine and the powers that be decided to label them as heretics. Okay. It is set up by design to remove yourself from your higher self. It is set up by design to keep you in a state where you don't even know what your third eye is in the first place. And then furthermore, to calcify it. How is it calcified? By weapons of psychological warfare, by different things chemicals in the air, chemicals in the food, chemicals in this, chemicals in that. By distractions, race, religion, politics. These are called distractions. And the reason why my channel is not popular is because the people have a calcified pineal gland. What you can't see, you don't find value in. And many will fall by the wayside. And that's set up by design. You're more stimulated by, political arguments, race arguments. It's crazy when you think about it, really. But it's done on purpose. Something to think about. Something to think about. Now, back to what I was saying here. So I talked about developing a sense of being able to hear. Fast forward to my early 20s when I got married. People always ask, have you been married? Well, the tea is in the book. If you really want to know, the tea is in the book. Read the book. Now I'm going to read it to you so that you know, really, I'm like pulling things out of my hair. Y'all, distractions. I do not sleep with a bonnet. It's a whole nother story. And it shows. Anyway, continue. Fast forward to my early 20s. No, I'm not married. Yeah, I'm going to have to leave the book in the comments. I should. You can find it on Amazon. It's called The Ancestors Speak. There's an audio version, there's an ebook version, and then there's the physical version. Okay. Anyway, being from Wisconsin and all, I had a different concept about a lot of things, especially growing up, in the 80s. It was different. All right. Now, I got married primarily because of a desire to explore my sexuality. See, I wasn't the type of person to have sex before marriage. Okay? At the time, I was a virgin and deeply influenced by Christianity, which made me feel conflicted about my sexual desires. Yeah, that's right, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. While I didn't feel the need for intercourse, because I didn't, I found fulfillment in oral sex, which, that's a story for another day. That's a story for another day. Which I enjoyed. Still do. That's a story for another day. Meeting someone who desired a more typical sexual relationship led us to marry, marking a new phase in my spiritual path. During this time, I was heavily invested in my Christian faith, viewing anything outside of biblical teachings as unfamiliar, giving, and receiving. But see, that's the only part y'all hear. I talk about all this spiritual stuff, and the only part y'all can hear, because your ears are blocked from receiving knowledge, the only part you can hear is sex. Now ask yourself why. This is what I'm saying. Right. This is what I'm saying. Your whole third eye is calcified. You don't even realize it. Why is it calcified? You know what? Anyway, moving on. You can read that in the book. Okay? I'm going to skip to the next page since some of y'all attention span can't hold a glass of water. But anyway, I got to skip a few pages. See, not only that, some of y'all just nosy. Some of y'all just want the tea. You want the tea, but you don't want the ingredients. You want the tea, but you don't want the recipe. Because you don't have an attention span. Right, they want the whole pot of tea and not the cup. What you gonna do with that? Nothing. Doggone it. Get on my nerves. Anyway, let me skip all that. Since some of y'all is just, I ain't even gonna go there with you. Let's see. Here, let me read this. Upon turning 30, I had to skip a few pages. Despite feeling overlooked on my birthday, I responded to a spiritual prompting by creating an altar in my home. So by the time I was 30, I had an altar in my home. Adorned with beautiful fabrics and candles, this act was my gift to myself, marking a significant milestone in my spiritual practice. I began meditating regularly at this altar starting during Shabbat. I grew up in Wisconsin, and Wisconsin has a lot of Jewish communities. Okay, I used to have a rabbi that would come to my office all the time. I wanted him to teach me Kabbalah. He didn't, because you had to be a male and you had to be a certain age in order to learn Kabbalah. However, I talked on the previous page about how I ended up finding a mentor who was a woman who actually did teach me some of the mysteries of Kabbalah. Kabbalah is Jewish mysticism. As I said earlier, many of the main religious groups, Christianity, Judaism, the Muslim faith, they have like different mystical groups, okay, that you might not be familiar with. All right, anyway, with specific instructions to light a candle at sundown on Fridays and engage in spiritual contemplation until sundown on Saturdays. During these meditations, profound experiences unfolded, including a first meditation at my altar where I visualized myself surrounded by a pyramid of lights. Okay. Those of you who are already attuned with the mysteries, you probably, when I say pyramid of light, that probably rings a bell for you. Back in the day, I knew nothing about a pyramid of lights whatsoever. Okay. But let's take a look at it now. Pyramid of light. Pyramid, if I could spell, of lights. People are always like, watch movies, but you know what? My life is a movie. Pyramid of light is an esoteric, meditative, and new age concept used for protection, healing, and spiritual ascension. It involves visualizing a luminous pyramid-shaped structure around oneself to align energy centers, clear negativity, and connect with higher consciousness, often involving 7 stars corresponding to the chakras. Visualizing this structure is believed to create a safe space for cleansing one's energy field and removing fear of lower vibrational entities. I knew nothing about any pyramid, period. I was a Christian who was graduating from Christianity. In the book, I talk about that evolution and what got me there. Okay, I skipped some of those pages. All right. Nevertheless, when I activated my altar for the first time, I had a visualization of a pyramid of lights that I knew nothing about. So let's continue. Pyramid of light, showered with cascading red roses. Okay, and then giving the roses away. It was basically a pyramid of light, and then all of a sudden getting all of these roses. Roses are symbolic in the esoteric world. Let's look it up. What does that guy on Reading Rainbow say? But you don't have to take my word for it. Okay, roses. The rose holds deep esoteric significance, primarily symbolizing the unfolding of the soul, divine wisdom, called Sophia, and the way of the heart. It represents a union of opposites, purity and passion, earthly love and divine perfection, often associated with the heart chakra, spiritual enlightenment, and mystical hidden knowledge. Thank you. Happy Women's Day to everybody. Thank you, 36. This is my second time hearing that it's Women's Day. I didn't even know it was Women's Day, but thank you so much. I appreciate that. So continuing on, so I had a vision of the pyramid of light, and I had a vision of these roses, receiving these roses just constantly, and then I had a vision of me giving all of these roses away. This is me giving these roses away even to this day. Okay. Anyway, the Sacred Heart and divine love often associated with the Holy Spirit and the Virgin Mary in Christian mysticism. Christian mysticism. Okay. Let me just take a sip of my coffee. The rose represents the opening of the heart to divine love. Thank you. I'm glad somebody listening. The petals unfolding symbolize the blossoming of the soul, spiritual consciousness, and personal transformation. Mystical silence and secrecy, known in classical times as sub rosa, which means under the rose. It is a symbol of secrecy, confidentiality, and knowledge hidden from the uninitiated. This is probably why I have a mystery school today. It's also an alchemical symbol. We talk a lot about alchemy on this channel. In alchemy, it represents the final perfected state of the soul. Here it says the white rose of resurrection and reconciliation of opposing forces. In Sufism, okay, the path of the heart, Sufism, in Islamic mysticism, the rose signifies the soul's journey toward the divine and the manifestation of spiritual beauty. Symbolism, divine passion, the blood of Christ, or Adonis, the red rose. And it goes on. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Y'all, I'm glad somebody hears me today. Good morning. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. So yes, I have this visualization that I'm in the pyramid of light. I have this visualization that red roses are falling, and I have this visualization that I'm giving out these red roses. Knew nothing about the pyramid of light, knew nothing about the significance of red roses, none of that. And yet, when I activate my altar for the first time during my birthday season, when I turned 30, this is the first meditation that I receive. Again, if you're just now joining us, we're talking about, we've moved on to talk more about spirituality. We started this conversation with talking about the history of Christianity, post-Constantine and pre-Constantine. We talked about the Gnostic people, the Gnostic Gospels, Gnostic mysticism. We talked about how back in the day, Christianity did not look like it looks now. Back in the day, those different groups, those Gnostic groups, they had different opinions, different beliefs, different experiences according to their own reality that nowadays would be considered heretic. It was considered heretic once Constantine took over anyway, but especially nowadays, you see. But at one point, what Christianity looked like was completely different than what it looks like now. And part of the reason that it looks like it does now is because of politics. Not spirituality, because of politics, because of it needing to fit a certain mode, it needing to fit a certain agenda, and the powers that be needing to maintain control. Thank you, 36. And so today, we still have people who are under political control, thinking that it's spiritual, but the foundation is political. Part of the reason why is to keep you disconnected from yourself. Because once you become connected to yourself, then you truly become powerful. Once you stop farming out, looking for God out there, and realizing that God is within and God is without, then you can no longer be controlled. It's harder to manipulate you. Again, There's nothing wrong with people who want to follow a certain religious group. Great. Great. Do whatever you feel you need to do, people. I'm not here to tell you that you're right or wrong. Everybody has a different path. You guys see, I read in my journey how I was a hardcore Christian. Then I came, in my own words, okay, no offense, I came to my senses. Okay, I graduated. Okay, I took the training wheels off. All right. But some of you may need those training wheels from now until to the end of time, and that's okay. Don't beat up on yourself. Just simply telling you the history of things and giving you another perspective. Okay? I'm not saying I'm right and you're wrong and I'm right. We all have different paths. I'm just sharing mine. That's it. That's it. Okay? But it's interesting, is it not? All right, let's continue. Anyway, so when I had this vision of these roses falling, I had this overwhelming feeling of love. Love. And at the time, it was revealed that my ministry would be love. I already knew that my ministry was love. I knew that as a kid because there were certain things that happened as a kid that I said, okay. Where I didn't have the words to articulate, but it was the way that I showed up when I was a kid. Like I had certain significant things happen, which I'll probably talk about in another book because they were significant. Okay. I would say this. No, I didn't have anything to do with psychedelics. I didn't even know about psychedelics at the time, 36. You know, I was actually awake and I had a visualization. Yeah. I was actually awake and I had a whole visualization. See, what happened was I went and I created an altar for my 30th birthday. Okay. And I got a picture of it somewhere in my phone, which maybe I can see if I can find. But this was the first altar. And this was after my 30th. You guys know the significance of your chronological age. You know the significance of numbers. You know the energy behind the numbers. Okay. Some would say Yeshua started his ministry, when he was 30? Let's look at the history of the number 30. Let's go there. And then always, just a little tip for you all. When you are looking for esoteric, or hidden information on the internet streets, I type in the word esoteric at the end. Now, the number 30 represents profound esoteric and biblical milestone marking the transition from preparation to mature public ministry or leadership. It symbolizes full maturity, spiritual readiness, and the commencement of a new significant phase in life. Historically, it is associated with achieving full strength. Biblical significance: Jesus, Yeshua, began his ministry allegedly approximately at 30 years old. Joseph became ruler of Egypt at 30, and King David began his reign at the same age. Levitical law: according to Numbers 4:3, the Levites began their service in the tabernacle at age 30. Symbolism and preparation: in esoteric and religious context, the years leading up to 30 are often viewed as a period of incubation or hidden development before being ready to transform the world. I say this and I smile about it because I think about what is it called? Saturn returns. Saturn returns, a period sometimes starting at the age of 28 and going to about 30, maybe to 33, depending on the individual. Occult, mystical views. Some interpretations suggest 30 represents a major beginning or a crucial mature stage of life. In some traditions, 30 is seen as a time when an individual is considered ready to handle both spiritual responsibility and leadership, often tied to a 30th year or growth penitence. Numerology. The number 30 is often associated with the 30 spirits, in ancient Persian dedication or 30 days of mourning in biblical tradition. Okay, so I activate my first altar in the season of turning 30. I go to the fabric store, Joann's Fabrics. I get the fabrics for my altar when I turn 30 years old for my birthday. I'm like, oh, this is so pretty. Then I get the call from my intuition that says, hey, now you need to meditate in front of this altar. This is how you activate your altar. On Friday night, light a candle. I follow my intuition. I light my altar. I light my candle. I have a meditation right there while I'm awake. And that's the meditation I just read to you. The meditation is significant because I had no knowledge of any of these things. Some of you have spiritual experiences that you can't wrap your mind around either. Sometimes you get the meaning later on in life, just like now. Don't discount your spiritual experiences. Okay. Anyway, this experience elevated my spiritual understanding as I was told that I would be led to the 5th level of understanding. Okay, what does that mean? Let's go into it. We're going deep. These are for my initiates. These are for the people who are interested in the mysteries. This is not this is not celebrity gossip. There's nothing wrong with that if that's what you want. Hey, this is for my people who eat meat. Okay? Esoteric. Back in the day, I didn't know what the hell this meant. Okay, and I heard understand meant. Understand meant understanding. The 5th level of understanding, esoteric meaning, refers to a state of expanded consciousness, unity, and divine wisdom, often called 5D consciousness. Do you hear me today? 5D, God, I hurt my hand. Do you hear me today? Are you familiar with 5D? Back when I turned 30 years old, which was a very long time ago, by the way, I had a meditation that told me that I was going to be taken to the 5th level of understanding. Today, reading what that means. Expanded consciousness, unity, and divine wisdom, often called 5D consciousness. It transcends the limitations of linear time and duality. I'm going to say this again. It transcends the limitations of linear time and duality, 3D and 4D. Okay. Allowing for a perception of reality where all things are interconnected and one operates from a place of love unconditional acceptance, and none judgment. The reason why I smile is because it was confirmed then, before I had full understanding, that my ministry was love. And here we are, reading the text together of what 5D means. All right, let's continue. Unity consciousness. This is why I say there is no separation. Truly. Eating meat is it's not to be taken literally. Okay, almost like a metaphor, if you will. It simply means to eat something with substance, eat something with girth, eat something with more nutritional value, so to speak. Eat something heavier versus drinking Similac. And Similac would be a type of milk. Yeah. Okay. So basically, that's what it means. And so when I say I'm giving you meat, I mean I'm giving you something that is heartier. Okay. Something to chew on. That means you need teeth. Which means you need to be mature in order to have teeth to chew it in the first place, versus giving you Similac, which is fine too, but babies drink Similac. This material is not for babies because it's going to be hard for a baby. Okay, sweetie, hard for a baby to digest meat. It's very deep. Very deep. So when information is deep like this, it's not popular, so to speak. People like surface spirituality, what they call spirituality. They like Instagram spirituality. They like fast food spirituality. And that, I'm sure, meets a purpose for a certain type of individual. Again, there's no right or no wrong. But I'm not here for that. I'm here for the initiates. I'm here for the people that hear the call. The people that want something different on a Sunday. And there's only few, which is okay, because this type of material isn't meant for the masses anyway. It just isn't. Because the masses, their pineal gland is calcified. The masses can't understand it to begin with. The masses is eating a diet of religion and politics and race. So they're already full. So they can't receive. You hear me? So back to 5D consciousness, which you'll hear people talking about 5D all the time. Like I said, fast food spirituality. Unity consciousness, the perception of separation dissolves, and you experience yourself as one with everything, allowing for a deeper understanding of the why and the for what behind life's events. No separation. This is my ministry. Heart-centered flow. Experiences are not governed by intellect. Come on now. How many times have I showed up on this channel and said it is beyond your head wisdom? It is beyond what you know in your mind. Beyond the esoteric things that we can digest mentally. Beyond what I want to say, philosophizing. We can philosophize all day, but it's beyond that. Oftentimes, a couple things I run into. I run into people who, on this channel sometimes, who are of a religious nature, who will automatically, some of them will automatically reject what I'm talking about because of their religious perspective, and that's fine. Or sometimes I will run into people who, because I'm finally talking about something that they can resonate with, they will be focused on giving a lot of their head knowledge to the chat, which is fine too. However, to recenter it all, it's not so much about our head wisdom, our head knowledge. It's about our heart wisdom, as it says here, according to 5D. Experiences are not governed by intellect, but by the heart and feelings, merging the mental and emotional bodies to operate from the higher self. Beyond just the head wisdom, the heart speaks. Simultaneous time. The ancestors have said over and over and over and over that time is not linear. It's fluid. Okay. Time is no longer viewed as linear, but as fluid, simultaneous, and synchronized flow. Okay. Often moving in cycles, loops. Effortless manifestation. At this stage, thoughts manifest into physical reality with minimal effort, often through a simple, light thought rather than intense meditations or rituals. This is powerful. It goes back to being mindful of your thoughts. It's a reminder for me, just like it's a reminder for you. Here are some key differences between 3D, 4D, and 5D for your own understanding, and mine too. 3D, separation, focuses on the physical body, rational mind. Okay. Rational mind and duality, good, bad, black, and white. Okay. The ancestors, everything is not so clear cut. Everything is not always black and white. As you can see, and as I've said many times before, if you look at yin yang, you will see the black and the white and the white and the black. Okay. 4D, example, focuses on managing energy and emotions within a constraint of time. You still have the essence of time in 4D. Okay. In time is an illusion. In 5D, the shift from I am to we are, where one lives in coherence and presence, seeing the soul of everyone. This is why I say a namaste to you. The God in me recognizes the God in you. Okay. Y'all picking up what I'm putting down? It's very interesting. Very interesting. Again, the ancestors told me that they would bring me to a 5D level of understanding way back. And if you want to know what year that was, gosh, what year was that? Oh, Jesus. 2010. 2010. What you say, boo? Time is real, it's just everlasting. Okay, well, that's your perspective. We're talking about 5D, and according to 5D, it's beyond, we're beyond time. Beyond time. Okay, so again, no right or wrong perspective. We each have a perspective, and yet the understanding of 5D and the understanding of metaphysics is that time is an illusion. Here, don't take my word for it. Let's talk about it some more. Esoteric. Again, esoteric philosophy, alongside some interpretations of physics, which is science, says that time is not a fundamental linear reality, but rather a mental construct or a persistent illusion created by consciousness to navigate material existence. I'm going to say that again for the people in the back. I'm going to say that again for, what's your name? Real life. Here's another perspective. Esoteric philosophy, alongside some interpretations of physics, okay, says that time is not a fundamental linear reality, but rather a mental construct or persistent illusion created by consciousness to navigate material existence. It suggests that all moments, past, present, and future, exist simultaneously in the eternal now. That is always now o'clock. Now o'clock. While linear time is merely a measure of movement or thought. Hey Ken, how are you? So again, the eternal now. Okay. Esoteric teachings emphasize that only a present moment truly exists. The past is a memory and the future is a projection of the imagination. Okay. Mental construct. Time is viewed as a tool of the mind which really isn't located in the brain. Scientists don't know where the mind is, but that's a conversation for another day. Anyway, it's a way for consciousness to experience separation and sequence. It is an illusion produced by the succession of states and consciousness. Succession of states and consciousness. Okay? The ego and time. The ego is often seen as being built out of time, relying on the past and future to maintain a sense of self. Divine timing. Rather than chronological time, esoteric thought often focuses on divine timing, suggesting everything happens when it is meant to, rather than on a human man-made clock. Clock is man-made, made by a human being. Spiritual transformation. Instead of tracking minutes, the goal is to shift focus from linear time to spiritual growth and present moment. This is why we have the stillness meditation. Einstein's view. Albert Einstein famously stated that the distinction between past, present, and future is only a stubbornly persistent illusion. Einstein stated, not Dr. B stated. Einstein stated. Einstein. Not my opinion. Albert Einstein, I'll say again, famously stated that the distinction between past, present, and future is only a stubbornly persistent illusion. Okay, interesting. What you say? Our minds are in another dimension. Yeah, most certainly they could be. It definitely could be. It's not located in the brain, which I find fascinating. I don't know about you, but I find that to be pretty fascinating. Relative experience. The experience of time can warp, particularly in high gravity environments, supporting the idea that it is not absolute. Okay. Motion over time. Some perspectives suggest that what we call time is actually a measure of movement, not a force itself. Ultimately, in esoteric traditions, understanding, what you say, boo? Hold on a second. Okay. Ultimately, in esoteric traditions, understanding time as an illusion is intended to help individuals move beyond the confines of linear thinking to experience a more profound, unified reality. It's very intriguing. Very intriguing. Again, I'm not saying that anybody's right. I'm not saying anybody is wrong. Here's another perspective to chew on. Okay. Now, what you say, boo? Because everybody has their own perspective. Where is God then? In reality, God is within. There's no separation. There's no... God is everywhere and within. Okay. Great question. right? Where were we? Okay, so far, thank you, real life. So far, we've covered so much today. And again, I will always tell you this. I am not saying that I'm right and you're wrong, or you're wrong and I'm right. I'm not saying that. We each have our own perspectives, period and point blank. I'm just here to share my perspective with you. Hey, 88K. If you love this type of conversation, because these are conversations that are not normally had, that I've noticed anyway, feel free to subscribe to this channel and be a part of the discussions. And you're always more than welcome to share your own perspective here, okay? And I'm going to give you something to think about. Just like I'm sure, I want my breast to fall out. Just like I'm sure you will give me something to think about as well. Okay, let me plug you guys up so I don't lose you. Oh, this is your second live? Okay, let me plug you up. Hold on. Okay, there you are. Okay, hold on. Let me make sure that you are. Oh my God, my phone almost fell. Ah! Hold on a second. Let's do this for now. Okay, let's look at the conversation going on in the chat. This is your second live. Oh, thank you for being here the second time around. Wow, must be a March baby. Very interesting. We talk a lot about astrology here. Oh, sounds like you're late. Oh my goodness. Yeah, but that's okay. We covered a lot so far. We started today's chat talking about the history of Christianity and the role that Constantine played. Now, we didn't even get into a lot of the specifics that Constantine basically created, but we did cover the fact that there was a shift and doctrine was established, and we talked about the Council of Nicaea, okay, briefly. We did talk about the Gnostic Gospels and the spiritualism that was taking place prior to this shift in the powers. Prior to, once upon a time, Christianity, or what we call Christianity, was very different than the Christianity we see today. Once upon a time, the Christianity that we saw back in the day would definitely be considered heretic. Okay, against God, against the church, and all of that. Wicked, if you will. But it wasn't until Constantine came on the scene and established certain things and said, this is the doctrine that we're going to follow. Okay. For the sake of understanding, hold on, let me look this up. Let's look up. Medieval times was a separation of African worship. Okay, is that right? Very interesting. What is that called? No, I haven't read that, 88K. I haven't read that. Hold on, let me look something up real quick. Yeah, hold on, let me look this up. Okay. Again, a heretic is a person who holds beliefs or opinions that contradict established religious dogma, doctrine, or commonly accepted orthodox beliefs. Again, this doctrine was established by men who also determined what books would go into the Bible. What you say is that the early Christianity I mentioned, referring to what? The early Christianity was very diverse. You had the Gnostic spiritualists who believed things like, as I said earlier, that the kingdom of heaven was within, knowledge of self was what it was all about. That was the true awakening, you know, and early on, it was completely different. It was scattered. It was all over the place. It was varied opinions. Oh, is that right? No, I didn't talk about that today. Let me look that up real quick. It's a must read. Okay. Let's take a look. When was it put out? Hold on, let me look. And then we'll go back to the African spiritualism in a minute. Oh, through the 12 apostles to the nations, a brief anonymous early Christian. Okay, yeah. We talked about how there were many early Christian books written before Constantine, way before Constantine, and how many of these weren't received. They were considered heretic because they didn't follow a certain formula. They didn't follow the politics. We talked about how Christianity, as we see it today, partly the reason why we see it as it is today is because of the political structure, because of politics, because of men, because of power and control. We talked about how that would benefit the powers that be, keeping people in a state of darkness, keeping people from their true selves. Because as we talked about earlier, without knowledge of self, you are pretty lost. You're pretty lost. But very interesting. All right. I have this up on my phone. How do you pronounce that? How do you pronounce it? Diek? Is that right? Didache? Is that how you pronounce that? Interesting. Okay, hold on. Yeah, we talked about, hold on, let me get to Ken first and then I'll get to you, hold on. In Europe, we were previously accepted before medieval times where they rejected our teachings and burnt, gosh, there's so much history. Okay, Didache, I'm still probably not, Didache, still not probably pronouncing it right, but yeah. There's a lot that happened with the destruction of African spiritualism. One person that I've listened to talk about the history of that is Credo Mutua. Okay. All right, back to the chat. The topic of out-of-body experience, remote viewing, some call it. Yeah, I talked about earlier in my book here, The Ancestors Speak, how I had experiences early on, out-of-body experiences early on, watching myself sleep, astral projecting before I even knew what astral projecting was. I talked a lot about the Clairaudio, Clair this, Clair that. I spoke about that earlier in the video. So this was a very good live that went into detail. If you are just now, tuning in, please make sure that you go back to the beginning and really take your time with this, get you some coffee, and just sit and enjoy it, because I had a good time talking about a lot of these things that you guys are covering now, which is fascinating that you're talking about it now, because yeah, these are actually some things that we talked about earlier on in the live. Okay, what else do we have here? Oh, it's an English word. Oh, interesting. Okay, very interesting. You said, so did I, and I was afraid, never did again. Yeah, I talked about earlier how when I was younger, I used to, have these dreams so often, and I would actually, I would pray that I would stay put, because my dreams were so crazy and I was always out of my body, and I could easily come out of my body. I wanted to just have regular dreams, and I talked about that. I also talked about my first meditation that I did when I started my first altar at 30. I talked about the pyramid of light. I talked about 5D. I talked about sacred roses and what it means esoterically. There is so much that I covered in this one live, and that's why I strongly encourage you to go back and look at it. And there's so much more to cover, especially as Ken was talking about with African spirituality and all these other things. And then this religious text that I'm still learning how to pronounce. How do you pronounce that again? Let me look in the chat. Hold on. I'm going to pronounce it like this. Hold on. I always check how to pronounce things by doing this. And then that'll tell me. Let me go to YouTube. Hold on. Okay, let's see what it says.
Didache or Didache.
Didache or Didache. Do you say Didache or Didache?
Didache or Didache.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Didache or Didache. Let me look. Didache or Didache. Yeah. So I talked about a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff. A lot. Ancestors speak. If you are the type of person who is interested in esoteric things, hidden things, secret things, if you are a spiritual person who has had experiences, maybe out-of-body experiences, maybe dreams, I call them sometimes dream within a dreams, where you wake up from the dream but you're still in the dream. Oh, you say it entirely differently? Is that right? Very interesting. Then this book might be something that floats your boat, so to speak. Because in it, I talk about my background, my spiritual background briefly. Some of the things that led me to that place. You know, different relationships that I've been in that kind of triggered certain spiritual things to happen in my life space, because as you know, that sometimes happens. You know, sometimes, especially when you're in a challenging situation, it's like your spiritual side really ramps up, and you tend to grow because of that challenging experience. You had a dream that felt real. Yeah. Go, if you want, you can share that dream here. You stay away because you're not ready. Well, I understand that. You know, fear can keep us pretty bound. And I learned to accept my path, I would say, a long time ago. And also in layers, so both. There are certain things that I could not accept that didn't make any sense to me, you know, because as I talk about early on in this book, at some point I was a hardcore Christian. So certain things just absolutely didn't make any sense to me. And I was like, what? What you mean? You know, what you mean tarot cards? Like, what are you saying? Like, what do you mean Baphomet? Like, what are you saying? So I get that, you know, because I was afraid of certain things because of my Christian background, and I automatically assumed that things were just naturally evil, like the Baphomet, like witches, like the word demon, etc., etc. I had to grow into the understanding that I have now, and it's been like a work in progress. This is why I suppose I have a lot of empathy for people who are hardcore Christians, because I get it. I used to be there. Okay, so let's look at the dream. Okay, Moot is sharing a dream with us. I'm sorry, I keep rubbing my nose. I need some tissue, obviously. If you have some, bring it over to me. Okay. You felt warm blood running out your ear. I was trying to rob a gas station. Never tried that. Oh, interesting. You know, my email is DrBeeConnects@gmail.com, DrBeeConnects, CONNECTS @gmail.com. I've had people send their dreams to me, and you know, I've reviewed them. Not to say that I have all the answers or any answers, but sometimes it's nice to be able to have someone that you can share your dream with. But that's interesting that you felt warm blood running throughout your ear. Interesting. There are all kinds of dreams. There are all kinds of dreams that we experience in this reality. So many ways to look at dreams from an esoteric standpoint as well. Some mystics will say when you dream, you are truly alive. Oh, you felt like it was a past experience. Very interesting. Very interesting. I remember one of the conversations that we've had on this channel was past life regression, past life meditations, and all of that. Very interesting conversation we've had here. If you haven't seen that video, I suggest you go look at it. Fascinating. There's so much that we cover on this channel. It's actually quite mind-blowing when I think about it. And what you say? Careful sharing that, you might catch a conspiracy charge. Is that right? Oh man. Well, it's funny because, you know, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, yet the conspiracy theorists, they have been winning. They have been winning. You know, a lot of the things that they say, you know, they come to pass. You know, very interesting stuff. Very interesting stuff. What do you say here? Making sure I catch everything. But yeah, again, my email is DrBeeConnects@gmail.com. Yeah. And I understand, like you said, what is your name again? Look it up. That you're not ready. And if you're not ready, you're not ready. You know, you don't go into things when you're not ready. You only go into them when you are, I guess, prepared to receive the wisdom of the ancestors, which is outside sometimes our understanding. My dreams are soft dreams, no nightmares after killing the monster as a child when dreaming. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, you know, sometimes the way we grow up, which is the part that I covered in the reading today, sometimes the way we grow up and the different things that we experience in reality also has, of course, an effect on our dreams and what we dream about, effect on our spiritual nature, an effect on our spiritual understanding and also our spiritual development. Like I talked about earlier when I read a piece from this book about certain experiences I had in my reality that I think affected me spiritually as it relates to being able to see myself sleep. Specifically. Okay. Yeah, I don't typically have nightmares either. The dreams that I had growing up, they were not nightmares per se. They were just dreams where I left the building, so to speak, you know, and dreams where I was outside of my body and knew that I was outside of my body. In this book, I happen to cover 3 dreams, but there's so many dreams, and that is partly why I think this book will have another book. Oh, you smoke before you go to bed. Yeah, you know, and they say that cannabis can be like kind of mask dreams, which can be very helpful to someone who has you know, problematic dreams. Like I know someone who, you know, he used to have nightmares all the time, and then when he started smoking, he no longer had those nightmares because he no longer, you know, could remember any of his dreams. So it worked out and it was really helpful for him, you know. So I have a lot of empathy for people, yeah, who have nightmares and who actually benefit from smoking that way, because then you don't typically have dreams. That's one of the things that you might notice. If a person stops smoking, then all of a sudden you get this influx of dreams. And you're like, what the hell? It's like, you know, you press pause when you started smoking, and then you stop smoking, and then you hit the pause button, and then you unpause it, and then all of a sudden you have all these dreams. Yeah, you might be dreaming and not remembering the dreams, you know. Yeah, cannabis has been known to mask dreams, which is fascinating because, as you guys know, I was in the cannabis industry, so that's another thing that we talk about here. There's a lot of cannabinoids. How many? I forget. Let me look. I forget. I'm gonna have to get some tissue because my nose, I want to just pull my nose off. Let's see. Let's look it up. How many cannabinoids? How many? Oh, there's definitely more than 9. You know, there's definitely more than 9. I would say maybe hundreds. How many cannabinoids cannabinoids in cannabis in particular. If I could spell cannabinoids, noids, in fat fingers, fat fingers in cannabis. Oh my God, space. Oh my gosh, here we go. Woo, it was a workout. Yeah, 113 cannabinoids in the cannabis plant. So I said that to say that different cannabinoids do different things. You know, you got CBN and CBG and CBD and all of that. Like CBN is good for sleep. And CBD has all these other different properties. But what I was leading to is that some people will take CBD and have very vivid dreams. Very vivid dreams. It's fascinating. And so they can't take CBD. For example, I remember my dad, I was giving him CBD, and, you know, he would have these vivid dreams. Yeah, he would have these vivid dreams, and my dad's a Vietnam vet, and his dreams, I guess they just were not pleasant. So he had to lay off the CBD because of the vivid dreams he was having. What you say, boo? Oh, thank you, GD. Oh, Delta 9. Okay, what about Delta 9? Oh, you only know of THC, CBD. Yeah, there's so many. There's a whole cannabinoid wheel, and each of the cannabinoids Half-Baked warned about CBD. Is that right? What did he say about CBD? I mean, CBD has different things that it can do, you know, just like all of the other cannabinoids. And, you know, the full plant contains all of the cannabinoids, and they each have their own function, which I find fascinating. What a plant! What a plant that has all of these different components to it, you know? Okay. But we know that it's the THC that's responsible for the psychoactive high. Okay. Let's see, let's look up some more stuff here. Oh, you use CBD for the gym or for a gym injury? Yeah. You know, I used to have a CBD company where we had gummy bears and tinctures, and I had a hyaluronic face serum and all of that. We used to give back to children with epilepsy. You guys familiar with Charlotte's Web? That's not my company, but you're familiar with the story of Charlotte's Web and the CBD that was created for her because she had epilepsy. Okay, what you say? The movie Half-Baked, when Dave Chappelle was working at a lab and working on weed modification. Oh, interesting. Yeah, CBD is just another cannabinoid within the plant. It could be extracted from the plant, just like any of the other cannabinoids could be extracted from the plant. Yeah, and it does have its benefits, most definitely. CBD doesn't typically make you high. We used to say that it was non-psychoactive, but for some people it could actually be psychoactive. Interesting. Okay. What you say? To the people who are feeling sad or depressed, don't believe the lies your mind is telling you. You are worthy of peace. Oh, that's so sweet, real life. Yeah, absolutely. To double down on that, I agree absolutely with what real life is saying. You know, depression is something that we all experience on this, on this planet. And, sometimes your depression may not necessarily be coming from you, so to speak. Sometimes as a human being, you just feel the energy around you. Sometimes you could feel the sadness of just the state of the world in general. This is why it's hard for me to watch the news. I don't have a TV in my home. I haven't had a TV since 2012 because it is rather difficult for me to watch certain things. It's crazy, especially when you look at what's happening in the world. It can easily make anybody depressed. You know what I mean? When you look at the sadness that's around. Oh, let me go back to the chat. What you guys say here? What you say? It was nerve damage. Oh, wow. Interesting. Well, I'm glad that worked for you, Moot. Okay. Oh, hey, Mr. 100 rounds. Is it really 100 rounds? The flame to THC changes it to a new chemical. I can see that. That's called deboxycarylation or something. How do you say it? Hold on. Here we go. My fingers. Debox. Let me get the right word. Decarboxylation. That's what it's called. Decarboxylation is defined as the chemical process of removing a carboxyl group from the acidic form of a cannabinoid, converting it to its neutral and biochemically active form, such as transforming THCA into THC and CBDA into CBD. You guys know that the moment you heat up cannabis, you take it through a decarboxylation process in the first place. That's why you can eat it and not get high, but the moment you light that baby up, it's already becoming decarboxylized. Very interesting. Oh, you smoking now? Nice, Ken. What are you smoking? Very nice. Very nice. Hey, the camp. You got some questions, boo? You have some questions? Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, I'm definitely a supporter of cannabis, most definitely. It helps so many people in different ways. And baby, let me tell you, the people need help. I used to, run dispensaries and all of that. And I met so many people who were taking cannabis for so many reasons. I met people who, let's just say, maybe they were on like 17 drugs from their pharmacy, and then all of a sudden they start taking the cannabis or the CBD or whatever, and now they're only taking 10 drugs. Now they're only taking 5 drugs. Now they're down to 2 drugs. Now they're down to no drugs. I've seen it. I have seen it. So I personally feel like there is a lot of benefits to it. I think, this is my opinion, it needs to be legalized everywhere. There was absolutely no reason to make the plant illegal. Again, that goes back to control, wanting to control things, wanting to, control power. We know that the government has patents on cannabis. They've been having these patents on cannabis. Hold on, I gotta go blow my nose before I go crazy. I gotta go blow my nose, and I gotta tinkle. My nose just, y'all. And I'll be back. I'm gonna reset the room. These are my pajamas. My mommy got them for me. Alright. I'm gonna go blow my nose. I'll be back. better. I feel so much better. Let me tell you. I'm going to top off my coffee. To my cannabis lovers out there, do you feel like cannabis has added to your life in a spiritual way? Do you feel more spiritually attuned when you smoke? What are your thoughts on that? Now, do you realize that when you smoke the flower, you are smoking the feminine principle? That the flower is feminine energy. That one male could destroy the whole crop. When people smoke cannabis, they say cannabis is the energy of the mother, and shrooms would be like the energy of the grandmother. What you say, it added to your intellect? Okay, very interesting. Yeah. I don't buy the theory that smoking makes you lazy, smoking makes you dumb, smoking makes you this, no. Smoking enhances, this is my opinion, it enhances what you already have. So if you are already a spiritual being, then smoking enhances that. If you are already a lazy person, then maybe smoking enhances that. It just depends on the individual. I wrote a whole book while enjoying cannabis, and that was the book, Expect Effing More, the 5 Keys to Business Success. Let me tell you, I was zooted. Oh, yeah, I love intellectual conversations too. This has been one for sure. Okay, what we have here? It added to your intellect, makes me more emotional, intelligent, and aware. Yeah, that's interesting because that goes right alongside with the fact that the plant is feminine. Okay, what you say? Smoking heightens your senses. Okay. What you say, real life? I would advise everyone to choose wisely when deciding what drug to take. What else you say, sweetie? My experience is when sober, that's a trip even better than all that. My experience after trying just about everything. Is that right? Yeah. Well, again, that just goes back to, I guess, people getting to decide for themselves what works for themselves, and I don't have an all or nothing mindset, for sure. Like, I've enjoyed cannabis, I've enjoyed XYZ. I've always been sober. Like, I'm a sober person. So what I'm saying is I didn't start enjoying cannabis until, oh gosh, I was in my 30s. And I'm so glad that I found cannabis during the time that I found it. And I'm also glad that I've had experience with things like psychedelics, shrooms, and some other thing too, which was interesting. Because I needed to have those experiences for that time that I had them. I think what that has done for me is gave me the mindset to not judge people, period. Because I realized that even though I'm stone cold sober, everybody has their own life journey, just like with religion. Everybody has their own life journey. And it's not for me to come down and be like, you need to do this, and you need to do that. And no. No, I'm just not that person. And I'm glad that I had these experiences because I think that they helped me to not be the person that say, you need to be like me. For example, I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't blah, 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 blah. I've been celibate for 2 years. But I'm not out here saying, you need to be celibate for 2 years, and you need to not drink, and you need to not. No. Because at the end of the day, we have something called divine will. We get to decide what we do in our own temples. And who do I look like? Holy Ghost Jr.? I'm definitely not Holy Ghost Jr. So I'm more of the let the people eat cake. Because at the end of the day, I don't know why a person does what they do in the first place. People have their reasons as to why they do what they do in the first place. And I'm the last person on earth to judge somebody for what they do. What they do is what they do. Okay? That's just my 2 cents. What'd you say? Kush is a plant for life, it's not a drug. Okay. Being sober is a trip. Yeah, it is a trip. It is a trip. But I've definitely learned not to judge people, because I used to, is what I'm saying. When I didn't know anything about cannabis, like, I was very judgmental. What? Why are you smoking? That's wrong. What? And please, you couldn't even talk to me about anything else. I don't even know what you're talking about. You mentioned shrooms to me. Why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? I was a judgmental person, and I don't like, and this is just my 2 cents, when people are like, be like me. You need to be like me. I don't smoke. I don't do this. I don't do that. I don't do the other thing. That's just not my philosophy, because I could easily be like, don't do this and don't do that, and I don't do this, but why are you doing this? Absolutely not. And I think part of the reason why is because I spent so much of my life in my younger years judging people for all kinds of things. Now, no. Especially since I've had some experiences where I'm like, no, I'm not the one to judge anybody for anything, because why? And I don't like that. I don't like that. It's like when people stop smoking cannabis, for example, like, the first thing they want to tell you is to not smoke cannabis. But how about you can just stop smoking cannabis? It's not for everybody to follow the same path. It's almost like people are lonely, and they're like, well, because I do it, you need to do it too. Because I stopped smoking, because I don't drink, you need to not drink. Because, I'm a virgin, you need to be a virgin. Because no, absolutely not. My philosophy is do what the fuck makes you happy. And live and let live. Period. That's what I'm saying. It's too short to be miserable. Do you, boo. I'ma do me. I like coffee. Some people are like, why are you drinking coffee? Well, I like coffee. Good afternoon. Hi, Thurman. How are you, sweetie? I like coffee. Some people are like, why you put creamer in your coffee? Because I like creamer in my coffee. If they don't want to smoke, they can always eat it. Yeah, you can eat it. You can, whatever you do, just do it, damn it. And be mindful of what you're doing. Do it consciously. Be mindful of what you're doing. Or don't. Doesn't matter to me. Either way, you're still God. God is still within you. You're still the light. Either way, to me, because I spent so many years judging people. I'm telling you, I'm a new creature. I'm gonna get some coffee. You're gonna see a little something. I'm a thick girl. I'm 5'1", and I'm naturally thick, and that's just the way it is. I had to learn how to accept that about myself as well. Okay. Being thick wasn't always popular, just so you know. I'm gonna top off my coffee. And then today I'm gonna pull a card because it's Sunday. Alright? Get my creamer in my coffee. Yeah, it's pretty good. Maybe a little bit more creamer. And then I'm gonna have to heat up my coffee a little bit because I like it hot. Yeah, baby, I'm 5'1", baby. Baby, I'm a fun size Snickers, I'll tell you that much. Fun size, baby. Fun size. Okay, so my thingy should be charged up. There's my phone. And then, shush. Okay, plug up my phone. I'm gonna pick some cards today. It's hot out. Oh, hey, Struggler. You had a comment? What was that? What was that? If you email me, I will email you back for those of you who are interested in emailing me. My email is in our description on the YouTube page, okay? I'm going to pick some cards today. Normally our meditation is a silent meditation. Yesterday I didn't do a silent meditation. Today I'm not doing a silent meditation. I don't know. I should, but I'm not. Oh, your kid's mom was 4'11". Oh, that's cute. Super cute. Oh, you have a type. Is that right? Is that right? I don't have a type. I don't have a type. Oh, you have to maintain your professionalism. Okay. Okay, Struggler. I respect that. Okay, I'm going to pull a card. We've been talking a lot about spiritual things. And so this is a deck. Kind of see. This is a deck that I created last year, published last year. And this is my own oracle deck. As you can see, it has the sign of the witch. Okay, if that scares you, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. Watch the beginning of this live. Maybe that'll give you more information. I understand, boo. You like short women. Yeah, well, we're out here. We're out here. I always thought that I was going to be like a little person. That was my fear growing up. I'm going to be a little person. And I still am a little person. So, but yeah. Would I be wrong if I wore this outfit outside? I was thinking about putting a sweatshirt over it and then just like, you know what I mean? Because I'm not doing nothing. I'm just running errands. Would I be wrong or do I need to put something else on? I mean, you know. I ain't trying to hurt nobody. And I live in a place where it's mostly older people. Hey, Daniel, how are you? It's mostly older people. Everybody's retired. But, you know, do me. Okay, Tim, say less. Tim, say less. Tim supports my shenanigans. Tim is an OG, so we're going to listen to the OGs. But, yeah, I am going to pull a card from the Oracle deck. It's been a minute since I drew it. Okay, do what makes me happy. That makes me happy. I'm going to throw a sweatshirt on. And I'm just going to let it roll, baby. Let it roll. I'm going to be in the car mostly anyway, so I'm really not getting out much. 10 for the win. I mean, y'all, I live in a place where ain't nobody really going to even notice it like that. Or if they do, they're going to act like they don't. You know, it's not like I'm, you know, I'm not surrounded by people who would notice. I'm surrounded by old farts. So it's fine. But I am going to put a sweatshirt on. Oh, you err on the side of modesty, but do me? Okay. Is that right? Well, would a sweatshirt work? I'm going to put a sweatshirt on. Tarot cards originated in medieval Europe as a simple carnival game. Yeah, it's interesting. The tarot cards have a unique history. You know, this is the Oracle deck. This is my own Oracle deck. It's called the Expect More Oracle deck. And if you're interested in getting it, you can just send me an email. All right. One of these days, when we have more time, I will go deeper into the history of the tarot and the history of the oracle and all of that. I do talk about it a little bit in the book, not necessarily the history, but the energy. The energy. As always, these are tools. Okay. What'd you say? I wouldn't last 2 minutes in North Carolina? Yeah, there is nobody in my neck of the woods that they don't even know what time it is here. Let me tell you, like I'm really not seen like that out here, that I know of. Not really. You know, it's interesting. It's interesting. I live in a small town, and most of the people are retired. You know. And they're not checking for me like that, believe me. The tarot has unique pseudo benefit for feeble-minded people. Is that right? Am I still in Mass what? No, I'm like, is in Massachusetts? No, I've never lived there. Yeah. It's good to stay low key. Yeah, I'm very low key. Very low key. Like, people don't even know. I throw on my baseball cap, my Air Force hat, and people just be like, there is nobody that is checking for me like that out here. You know. Is that right? That's so funny, Ken. Yeah, it's not, when I leave my small town is when I realize that I still got it. You understand that? Like, if I fool around and I go to San Diego, you know, then I realize, oh, Springfield. No, I'm not in Springfield. No, I usually don't tell people where I am because, you know, you guys might be sane, but not everybody is in a right mind. You hear me? And, you know, as a woman, you gotta be very cautious, as a single woman especially, you know, because I hate to have to bust a cap in somebody's ass. Hey, Eddie, how you doing? As you call me sunshine, and I'm talking about busting caps. Too funny, too funny. But yeah, a little mystic. Absolutely. Ooh, but yeah, when I go to Vegas and when I go to LA, not LA, but San Diego, that's when I realize, oh yeah, she still got it. She still got it. But over here, please, y'all, please. It is a slow town. That's just the way it is, and I'm okay with that. You know. Not to say that I'm never seen. You understand? People still have eyes. You understand? But it's just not that serious out here. You don't even know what they're looking at. All right, let's go. We're pulling cards from. Yeah, I prefer slow too. You know, I do. It's got its pluses and minuses, you know. I like to dance, you know. Yo bailo, bachata y merengue, salsa. But not here. No aquí. No bailar. It's just, that's the only part about this place that I don't like, is that it doesn't have the Latin flavor that I enjoy. And I'm sad about that. It's very sad. Very sad, because I'm used to a little bit of spice. How do I say this? Is it 50 y 55. See, that's how old I am. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, my hair is very gray. You guys, and I know this is going to probably sound disappointing to you, but I do dye my hair once a year. So I'm coming up on that time where I do dye it. But trust me, the gray hair will be back in full force. My birthday is coming up, and I'm like, I just want like a reset. Even though I love my gray hair. I think it's fantastic. It makes me feel sexy. But I also enjoy, when it's dyed, because then I'll be like, girl, who is this woman? So, it's kind of fun. It's kind of fun. It's fun being a woman. Okay. And I'm definitely that girl. In English, I can't tell you, you gotta do your homework. You gotta do your homework. But yeah. Thank you, Strella. Can I do a dance? No. You're funny. No, I can't do a dance, but I can do a spiritual session. Woo! Gotta sneeze. Y'all, it is the perfume I sprayed. Are you 32? Okay. Yeah, I do dance. And I've been known to dance here on the live. But yeah, I don't typically dance on demand. Oh, you had your first grace? Oh, is that right? That's right, I'm 26. Okay, let's pray for you then. What's up? What do you need? What kind of prayer do you need? Well, we just send you love and light. You don't even have to be specific. Just everybody in the chat. Okay, somebody said they need prayer. We'll respond to that. 6471. We'll just send you love, and we'll send you light and positive energy. Oh, hey, 1800. Yeah. Okay, well, what's up? Oh, hi, Paulindo. Okay, sweetie, well, there's no need to crash out. First of all, please understand this. You are not alone. You are not alone. Okay, we're here. Please understand, and this is for everybody, please understand that you are loved always. Please understand that. Okay. You think you're in love? Is that why you're about to crash out? Interesting. Oh, it's 9:20 where you are? Okay. I'll take a prayer too. Okay. Yeah. All right. Prayer request. Okay, good. Okay, so we're going to add, who else are we sending love and light to? Sending love and light to 9563. Absolutely. Always. Let me tell you. Yes. Okay. Okay, well, why is that? 6471. Definitely sending love and light. First of all, sending love and light to everybody in the chat, regardless of what you're going through, regardless of where you're at in life, regardless of what's going on. Listen, you guys, you are not alone. You are not by yourself. You are love. You are love. The world. Yeah, sending love and life to the whole world. Is that what you meant, boo? Okay, let's see. Yeah. Oh, you want to meet me? Okay. I've never done, which is kind of crazy. I don't know why. I've never done a meet and greet. Isn't that weird? Oh, you were reading everyone was telling their age in the chat. You guys are some young tenders. You young tenderonies. You young tenderonies. Oh, are you 37? Yeah, you guys are very, very young and tender. Yeah, I've never done a meet and greet. I really don't know why. Do they still do meet and greets? Do people still go to like YouTube meet and greets, or Have they stopped doing that now? Are people too crazy to do a meet and greet? What do you think, Struggler? Do you think people are too crazy for me to do a meet and greet? Oh, if you can't meet me, you're going to crash out. I can't with you, young man. Yeah, you guys are Bobby Brown tenderoni status. Oh, is that right? People are too crazy, Struggler. Well, Struggler said, y'all, people too crazy to do a meet and greet. Don't do a meet and greet. Okay, way too much to handle. Yeah, you're right. Because if you meet me in person, boy, you really gonna have a problem on your hands. You really gonna have, because the energy is contagious. I'm gonna tell you that right now. It's contagious. You're contagious. Da-na-na-na. Thank you, DJ. I appreciate that. Yeah, way too much to handle. Way too much. 2 hands. What's the tenderoni? Paulindo. Okay, so there's a song. It's by Bobby Brown. Y'all, Paulindo is in Italy. And it's called Tenderoni. And basically, he gives you a whole description of what a tenderoni is. So I encourage you to look up Bobby Brown and look up the song Tenderoni. Is it called Tenderoni, y'all? Let me see. Because that is such a funny question. I would play it here, but I'd get a copyright. But he says, the truth about a Roni. But basically, it's a young person. You guys are tenderonis. You're tender. Young. Tender. I can't believe I'm looking up tenderoni. Tenderoni. Out of all the stuff that I looked up today, tenderoni. Okay, so technical. A tenderoni is an attractive young woman or younger romantic interest. Okay, so funny. So you guys are like tenderonis. Okay. Oh, so you a YN, I can handle contagion. Is that right? What you say? If you don't know the song, you're not ready. Yo, come on, DJ. Yes, it's a song. Yeah, Bobby Brown knew what he was talking about. The truth about a Roni. That was a jam. I remember when that song first came out. Gosh, how old was I? I fell in love with the song right away. I was like, yeah, even though I didn't know what the hell he was talking about. But I was young enough to say, wow, that sounds nice. What you say? However, I can't be considered a tenderoni. You're 30. Compared to me, y'all tenderonis. You hear me? Y'all tenderonis. What you mean? And then it references, it's so funny. The internet is interesting. It references Michael Jackson's Pretty Young thing. And Method Man mentioned it in 1998 as well. What you say? You remember it as well, 1989? Is that when it came out? Yeah, must have been. Yeah, must have been 1989 or something. Wow, that was a long time ago, you guys. Time flies. Time flies. Next thing you know, you wake up and you be like, dang. What happened? What happened? You know? This is why sometimes I like to dye my hair. Because then I'll be like, oh yes, I remember. I remember. Because I was bad. I was bad when I was in my 20s. I'm bad now. I was bad then. What you say? If you look that good, you're okay with it? Yeah. Really, at the end of the day, it's about how you treat people and how you love yourself. And, you know, I eat what I want to eat. Like yesterday, I had the barilla ramen. So good. So good. Oh my God. In my 20s. But let me tell you, you know, I've thickened up. I was thick in my 20s, but no. As you get older, There is a truth to aging fine like wine. There's a truth to that. You become more, I've noticed, you become more curvy. It just comes with time. But you say, for me, I think you better now. Yeah, I think so too. And I think part of that is just because, I don't know, what I know now. Oh, you say some people age like milk? Well, yeah, I suppose. But at the end of the day, it's really about, it's not always about what you look like. It's about your heart, and it's about how you treat people. Because as you guys know, you've met a fine woman. Back in the day, we used to say fine. He's fine. She's fine. We need a fine woman who got it going on. But then you take her out, and it's just, it all falls apart. And you're just like, why? And the looks don't match the personality. You take a person out, they mistreat the server, they act like a jackass, they're never happy about anything, they're always complaining, and no matter how good they look, you can't be with that person because they just ruin everything. The moment that they open their mouths, they just ruin everything. Matter of fact, they don't even have to say nothing. You can see it on their face. You know what I mean? Like, and I've dated a lot of fine men, let me tell you. It's really not about that. It's about how you treat me. It's about, do you have sense? Okay, let me look at the comments. Oh, thank you, DJ. Yeah, y'all know what I'm talking about. Y'all have dated these fine women out here, and then you take them out, you be like, refund. Check, please. And there's nothing worse. I don't know. There's nothing worse than being with somebody on a date that you don't like. You don't even like them. All right, what we say? What would I do if I was married to them? Like married to a person that was fine but had a shitty attitude? I probably wouldn't be married to them. I'm not about to spend the rest of my years with somebody with a shitty attitude. I can't do that. That's depressing. You don't talk about depressing. That's depressing. What you say, boo? Right. Tim, did you recently have a date like that? Don't worry, don't stop considering your visit to Italy. Yeah. For all I know, my man's in Italy. You never know. That's been extremely rare in your experience. Is that right? So that's good. That's good. So you meet a fine woman, and not only is she fine physically, but she's like the whole package. Like she's fine mentally, spiritually, emotionally, all of that. That's really nice when you can have that. And of course that exists because I dated a fine guy. Well, I didn't date, but it was together. But we weren't together. Anyway, fine man who was, spiritually fine and mentally fine. Yeah, of course these things happen too. Sure do. I enjoyed him for a season. Well, not all of that. Well, I thought you were saying that they had the whole package now. No? They had half the package. Well, they had what you wanted. Is that fair? Oh, Tim, you dated your coworkers. Is that right? How was that, you guys? Tim, I could never date my coworkers, Tim. I couldn't do it. Tim, I couldn't do it. Because you know what? This is why I don't think I could do it. I couldn't date my coworkers because you break up, for example, and then you go to work, and then there they are. And you can't get rid of them. You know what I mean? Like you're just stuck seeing them. And that's annoying because you don't want to see them. Now you know. Yeah, Tim, there's a golden rule, and it says do not shit where you eat. Do not eat where you shit. Golden rule, Tim. And I think the reason why they say that is because of how it can be a pain in the ass. It really can. You want to get rid of them, you broke up with them, and then there they are. There they are. And then all of a sudden, they can make your work life miserable too. you know, start lying on you and saying all kinds of different things like that. That I'm not an actress, I should have a TV series with me. Maybe I should. Maybe I should. But, you know, Hollywood's an interesting place. You know, Hollywood's an interesting place. You probably got to suck a lot of dick to get to that place. Yeah. Don't even get me started. Don't even get me started. Yeah. You know, I'm just saying, am I lying? Am I lying? Y'all act like I'm telling lies up in here, but let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Come on now. What you say, struggler? Sometimes it can work out with mature individuals. Yeah, it can work out. Yeah, of course, struggler. Yeah, if you're dealing with a person that's sane. Yeah, who, let's just say, if you do break up, then they can respect it. Yeah, absolutely, struggler. But yeah, Hollywood, nah. You have to do too much. And you hear those stories all the time, don't you? I had to do this and I had to do that. What you say? Okay, don't go to Hollywood anymore. I'll be your bodyguard and manager. Is that right? That's what I'm saying, Paulindo. Like, what? You know, somebody like me gets to Hollywood, immediately they're gonna be like, you need to do this, you need to do that, you need to do this, you need to do you need to do Bob on Monday. You need to do Sarah on Tuesday. You need to do Bob and Sarah on Wednesday. Okay? And then on Thursday we have a whole group. The whole group. We call it the office meeting. Okay? You know, gosh. You want to talk about a wicked place. Not that there's anything wrong with people who decide they want to do XYZ, but to dangle a carrot in front of somebody's, you know, eyes and say, this is what you need to do to be successful, is kind of like, you know what I mean? Like, why are you playing games? Hey, Mr. Wilson, how are you? Thank you. Oh, I'm glad you came back. Yeah, life can be hard in Hollywood. Yeah, Eddie, you feel me? Hey, Daniel, what you say? I grew up in the Hollywood party scene, late 90s. I bet. So were you part of any of those Diddy parties? Oh, man. Were you part of those parties? Gosh, I could only imagine what you saw. People were probably just having sex. Oh, it probably was just wild, like you said. Oh, I'm wild today? I know, Tim. Sometimes I take it there. Well, we had a very full conversation. We started with Constantine and the history of Christianity. Okay. We started there. And then we just... Oh, okay. So, Mr. Wilson, we talked about Constantine, Christianity, the history, post-Constantine, pre-Constantine. We talked about the Gnostic Gospels, the Gnostic mysticism, okay? We talked about out-of-body experiences and dreams. We talked about the Sacred Pyramid. We talked about 5D and the difference between 2D, 3D, 4D, and 5D. We talked about, what else did we talk about? We talked about a lot. We covered a lot. It's always like that. It's always like that here. I get on the phone with you all. I say I'm going to be here for like maybe an hour. And then 100 hours later, I done talked about everything under the sun, including Bobby Brown. Oh, hey, 6236, how are you? Hold on, need some tissue for my nose. Y'all, what is it? It's allergies. Yeah, it's been very interesting today. Like we have gone the full gamut. So you will appreciate the conversation that we had early today. Am I working on new music? Yes. I'm always working on new music. It's funny. Sometimes I'll have a dream, and in my dream, I'll get a song that just kind of comes to me. What you say, B? Or Polendo? I don't know, B. I see you like the main character in a TV series. Is that right? Maybe I should. Polendo, you want to be my agent? A detective or something like that. Oh, interesting. You see a detective. Is that right? I don't know. I don't know you in real life, but you seem like a breath of fresh air. Oh, well, thank you, sweetie. And you do too. And you do too. You know, oftentimes the people who are part of this channel, you guys are all a breath of fresh air. You're all a breath of fresh air. And I'm really grateful. If I haven't said it, if you haven't heard it, well, I'm going to say it. I'm grateful that you all are here and that you're in my kitchen and that I get to have coffee with you and explore all these different topics with you. And just, yeah, it's a blessing. It's a true blessing to have a group of people like we have here that are so loving and so sweet and so kind and so intelligent, you know, that you're willing to even have these discussions that we have. Because let me tell you, we've gone the full gamut today. We're just winding it down. But I put on the professor hat earlier today. And I've taken that hat off, to just chill with you all. Hey, J.E., how are you? Happy Sunday to you all. What you say? It would be great to be your agent. I will take only 10%. Oh, yeah, I think that's fair. Time to warm up the coffee. Let me see. Yeah, you're right. Let's warm up that coffee. So, yeah, I'm going to warm up the coffee. And if you guys haven't been part of a silent meditation, please make sure that you look at one of the lives where the silent meditations exist so that you can join me in a silent meditation, because they're very important. Very important that we always come to our center point. Okay? And what I'm doing when we do our meditations, what I'm attempting to show you through demonstration is the importance of stillness, the importance of recentering ourselves, the importance of grounding ourselves. Like, I have a yoga mat that's right here. Eventually, we'll do some yoga poses together. Eventually. I'm not going to do them today because I'll be giving you a little bit too much. But eventually I want to show you certain yoga poses that you can do just to help your body to relax, to stretch a certain way and all that. And I'll be showing you that because I think that's important as well. Just also to give you a peek into some of the things that I do for my own, my own wellness. Okay. All right, let's see what we have here. But for those of you who are interested in doing your homework in advance, I'm into yin yoga. Thank you, Daniel, for that recommendation to warm up my coffee, because you're right on point. What you say, if I start practicing yoga, yoga will be stress? Okay. You're so funny. Okay, let me see what Mr. Wilson said. I'm 20, 35, but I'm just now learning about the history of Ethiopia. Interesting. Okay. Let's go back there. It disappeared on me. And I'm so intrigued. It is a wonderful place that I will visit before I leave. Yeah, there's a lot of history in Ethiopia. Isn't that where they say the Ark, the Covenant or something is? Isn't that where they say? I get what you're saying, Mr. Wilson. Mm-hmm. Listen, there's no such thing as perfection. I started this chat saying that, and it is so true. It is so true. But yeah, you guys, I've shuffled the deck. I'm going to pull a card from the Expect More Oracle deck. Again, this is my personal Oracle deck. That's what they say. Right. I thought I heard that somewhere. Okay, let's fact check real quick. Oh, your grandpa lived in Ethiopia when he was a teenager. Is that right? Okay, let's look up something because you guys know I'm all about some facts. In Ethiopia, where, where, what's that called? What did I just say? Covenant. Let's look it up. Yeah, it says, according to Ethiopian Orthodox tradition, the Ark of the Covenant is housed in the chapel of the tablet next to the Church of Our Lady Mary of Zion, in northern Ethiopia. Interesting. Yeah. You know, I need to explore Ethiopia more. Okay. So my grandfather's last name is actually Hebrew. And there's only so many people, like groups, that have that particular last name. And the last I checked, that last name was common in Ethiopia. Interesting. Have you guys ever studied your family history, your family tree? Okay, well, we got yoga. I need to know in advance of yoga practice because I like to do the stretching, but I try to do your best to concentrate. Interesting. Ark of the Covenant. Okay, thank you. Italians and Mussolini invaded Ethiopia during World War II. Oh, is that right? Interesting. Yeah, I love history, Daniel. I love history. Were you here earlier when we were talking about some historic things? Were you here? Okay, let's see. Yeah, lots of places were wrecked and lots of places were invaded in Africa, which is so sad because that's the home of our ancestors. Yeah, that's the home of our ancestors, and it's like, Mother Africa, your notifications are going crazy. Is that right? They got their independence now. Oh, you weren't, but you heard the synopsis. Okay, yeah, make sure you go back. Pretty interesting stuff. But yeah, eventually you guys will get on my yoga mat together and we will stretch together. What am I reading? Well, lately I've been reading my own book, and there's this other book I said before that I need to get back into. It says The Secret History of Witches. Here it is. I need to get back into this book, The Secret History of Witches. It's a novel. Okay, it's a very good book. Very good book. Very well written. It's like a historical fiction. I've been into historical fictions lately. If you didn't know, I'm totally a nerd. If you didn't know. If you didn't know, now you know. Another book that I have that I need to get into more so is my basic Spanish book. I used to have a really good Spanish teacher who was, well, I wouldn't say she was patient with me, but I learned a lot under her tutelage, and I feel so lost because I haven't practiced, and aquí there's no practice. It's like there's no practice, so I'm sad. What's my email? It's DrBeeConnects@gmail.com. DrBeeConnects, CONNECTS @gmail.com. What books are you reading, Eddie? Any interesting books that I need to look into? Also, let me say this. So, for those of us, like myself, sometimes you might not have time to read a book. I'm really into Audible. Okay, so if we're going to look at my Audible library, first of all, you see my book there, one of them. And then here's another book that I've already read, but it's in my Audible. The Secret History of the World by Mark Booth. The Sorcerer's Stone, which we have gone over here. Hold on, let me look at my Audible books. Stillness Speaks by Eckhart Tolle. The Course of Miracles. Osho, Emotional Wellness. And here's another one of my book, Expect Effing More. Florence Shovel Shin, The Complete Works. You guys familiar with Florence? Intuition, which is another audio by Osho. Think and Grow Rich for Women. Bob Proctor, the Ultimate Bob Proctor Library. You don't know about Bob Proctor? Baby, what are we doing? What are we doing? Busting Loose from a Money Game. The Money Game is another good book. Let's see. The 4-Hour Work Week is in there. Death is another book that's interesting. I covered that a little bit in the mystery school. Tantra. Yeah. Okay. The Tantra Experience by Osho. The original Think and Grow Rich. Hold on. Since y'all want to know what books, let me tell you. The 15 Secrets Successful People Know About Time Management. That's a good one. Dirt Rich. Rich Dad, Poor Dad. It's okay. Louise Hay. You'll hear me reference that book all the time. I used to actually teach from that book when I was a college professor, which is a fancy way of saying adjunct professor. Okay? Because really, that's all it was. Nevertheless, I was teaching from this book, Louise Hay, You Can Heal Your Life. No, I didn't struggle. Thank you for asking me that. But I am going to get off the line and get something to eat. Atomic Habits and How to Win Friends and Influence People by Dale Carnegie. How to Make Your Life Work, or Why Aren't You Happy? The Nuclear Effect. 6 Pillars of Building a 7-Figure Online Business. The Lost Books of the Old Testament. I was a professor. I used to work at multiple colleges at some point in my life. And now I teach, but now I just substitute teach kids. Oh yes, I do have to stay nourished. You're right. But don't worry, I'll eat. And then a lot of Eckhart Tolle. Lots of Eckhart Tolle. It's like Eckhart Tolle this, and Eckhart Tolle The Joy of Being, and Eckhart Tolle Becoming a Teacher of Presence, and Eckhart Tolle Freedom from the World, and Close the Deal, Doorway of the Infinite, Eckhart Tolle The Journey into Yourself, Seat of the Soul, The Power of Now, The Master Key System, The 4 Agreements. Yep, I'll probably get some oatmeal actually. It's got to taste for oatmeal. Success Through a Positive Mental Attitude, The New Earth, all of that. So yeah, those are the books for the one who asked me about the books. Oh, Jesus. Okay, let's see what I missed in the chat. But yeah, Eddie, so those are the books that I've either read or reading. Okay. What you say? I was growing up in a family full of teachers. My grandma, my parents, my sister, my aunties, my cousin. But you're a barber. Is that right? Oh, man, somebody was timed out. It'd be like that. Matter of fact, let me warm up my oatmeal. Oh, I said I was going to pull a card. Warm up my oatmeal, pull a card. Oatmeal's nice and easy. We're going to do some instant oatmeal because it's quick and dirty. Just clean this microwave off. Okay. Oh, and then you know what? Let you guys know. Plug you guys up so I don't lose you. Pull the card and then going about my business, eat my oatmeal and get on with the rest of my day. Okay. Oh, first time I heard Eckhart Tolle was through Oprah many years ago. Yeah. You know what? I feel like the same thing happened to me. First of all, before I discovered Eckhart Tolle, I discovered Ken Keyes, The 12 Pathways to Consciousness, which is another book that we've covered here. Good book, by the way. Good book. Highly recommended. That book changed my life. You ever hear a book change your life? That book did it for me. It was like the moment I opened that book, I felt like these people are talking to me. So yeah, Ken Keyes. And then eventually I found Eckhart Tolle. And I think I found him the same way you did. He was doing this interview with Oprah. Was he talking about the power of now? He was talking about a lot of stuff. Check this out. Almost. He was talking about a lot of stuff. And then on this show, they had callers call in. Did you see that one? That's when I was first introduced to Eckhart Tolle. Oh, Behold the Pale Horse. Yeah, I heard of that one too. That's a classic, is it not? I feel like that's a classic because I heard of that one before. Yeah, it's okay, but I love reading books. I think I got a good culture too. Is that right? Interesting. Oh, hey, Lynn, how are ya? How are you? We're just about to pull a card, and then I'm going to eat my oatmeal, and then I'm going to go. But we've already covered so much today. And I enjoy hearing about the different books that you guys love and things that have transformed your life. Louise, hey, you can heal your life. Are you okay? Okay. Well, I'm glad to hear that you're okay. But yeah, Louise Hay, You Can Heal Your Life was one of those transformational books for me. And also The 12 Pathways of Consciousness by Ken Keyes was another book that was transformational for me. And I don't know how I even stumbled on The 12 Pathways of Consciousness. I don't even know how that book came into my existence. But when it did, I was like, wow, amazing. What'd you say, Daniel? Oh, elegant. It means elegant. Yep. Okay. Oh, you're working on your book later, is that right? Oh, hey, Original American. How are you? Yeah, shout out to my indigenous people. Most definitely. All right. I'm going to pick a card. If you've been with me for a while, you already know what time it is. Is that right? Okay, here we go. All right. Ooh. Okay. Grandfather Owl. When you hear me, remember you are never alone. Okay, it's kind of interesting. This is what you need to know. I remember when I was divining the image for this card, it actually looks like a woman, even though it says grandfather, but it looks like a woman who is a mentor to me in real life. She's actually a Haitian woman who speaks 5 languages, and she is a spiritual healer and spiritual practitioner. So when I was divining the image of this card, she came to mind. Very powerful card. Let me grab my book so I can get deeper into the meaning. It's coming in the energy of number 6. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay, Grandfather Owl. Yeah. Energy. So every card has a particular energy attached to it that's described in words. Okay. So for example, healing, sacred teaching, mentorship, holy alliances, elders. Another thing about that woman is that she is an elder. I believe she is in her 70s. otherworldly ancestors, ancestors that are beyond time. We talked about time being an illusion and all of that earlier today. We broke a lot of things down. We even talked about Einstein. In case you were wondering, what have we been talking about today? It's part of it. Star seeds. Star seeds. Haven't really gotten deep into star seeds. Hey, trucker. In our chats here, that's probably something that I'll cover in the mystery school. Okay, but if you're interested in joining the mystery school, please send me an email. You know, I've shared a few mystery school teachings here. The mystery school is definitely G14 classified. So if I ever share a mystery school teaching here, it's very special. It's very special. Why? Because some things are just not meant for a bunch of public consumption. Some things are meant for a smaller group, you know, but sometimes here we have a smaller group. But in the mystery school, you know, it's definitely filtered down in such a way, you know, so that's important. Email me, DrBeeConnects@gmail.com. My email's in the description. All right, so here we go. Oh, starseed and planets. Okay, now each card has its own archetype. The archetype, and there's several archetypes in that deck. Oh, it's Dr. B, DrBeE Connects, CONNECTS @gmail.com. And also it's in the description on my YouTube. And I'm going to read the comments before I go, so bear with me. Each card in the deck has an archetype. There are several archetypes within this deck that was channeled to me. There's the archetype of the moon, for example, archetype of the owl, for example, archetype of the sun, archetype of Thoth, and so on and so forth. Okay, and here we go. Card message. When you hear me, you remember. You know, oftentimes what I talk about, and thank you for the love, what I talk about on these lives is not about me teaching you, it's about me reminding you, which is different. The wisdom that's given is wisdom that's already in you. It's just like many moons ago, the ancestors said to me, they told me I was forgetful. You're not remembering, which I didn't understand what they meant. But now I do. It's not like we don't have the wisdom. It's simply that the wisdom is so buried, we've forgotten the wisdom. So when I come here and I come on this channel, hey Wilder, it's about me reminding you of the wisdom that's already within you. Okay? It's not about me teaching. I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. Okay. When you hear me, remember you are never alone. Full message from the ancestors. Exactly. That is your confirmation. I'm speaking to you. Thank you, Wilder. I come in the energy of the grandfather owl, guardian, protector, watcher in the night, not because you are in danger, okay, but because I want you to remember you are never alone. You are forever supported by the universe, as the ancestors said earlier today in the chat. Yeah, I do have a tape measure. As they said earlier today in the chat, and we've already done my measurements here for fun, okay? You're never alone. You're always connected. There's no such thing as true separation. Okay, we talked about that earlier today. Rewind the tape. Thank you, 5985. Let's continue. You are forever supported by the universe. Always, always. I speak not to warn you, but to remind you that you are held and seen and guided. Some of you guys may feel like you are alone, you are by yourself, there is nobody else. Same thing. No, Wilder, you have to catch the chat that we did that in, boo. What are we doing here? Right now we're reading. Right now we're listening, and we're allowing meets read is what we're doing. Do you guys come in classes like this? Do you come in classes and sit down somewhere? Let me ask you that. Okay. Hold on, plug you up so I don't lose you now. Okay. And then let me balance you out here. But we've already talked about a lot today. Rewind the tape if you want to know. Very good conversation, very enlightening conversation on so many different levels. All right. Yes, thank you. Hi, first timer. Thank you for being here in New York. Shout out to New York. Now, let's go back. Okay. You are forever supported by the universe. Thank you, Taco. I speak not to warn you, but to remind you, you are held, seen, and guided. When I call, listen. When I hoot, awaken. The path is sacred, and so are you. You guys, we're in this classroom of life. We're always learning. We're always growing. We're always developing. And what's funny about that is there is a part within us that is already complete. It's already complete. So the reality of the situation is we're on a journey to ourselves. We're on a journey into ourselves. That is part of the curriculum in life. Okay. You might find that as you go through life's journey, you learn more about yourself. You may find in life's journey, you don't even know who you are on the path. And who you are, who you see might not be familiar to you in life's journey. And that's okay. That's part of development. That's part of the path. Okay. So, some of these cards have rituals associated with it. A ritual is like a spiritual practice that we would do. Our ancestors had rituals that they did. Okay? There's nothing good or bad about a ritual. It's simply something that you can incorporate within your spiritual framework. For example, I have a ritual of waking up in the morning and having a cup of coffee by my window, giving water to the birds. That's a ritual for me. You might create a ritual for you, something that makes you feel good. Okay. Here's an example of a ritual that goes along with this card. Now, sit in silence, total silence, for 11 minutes. 11 is a powerful number. 11 is a doorway. It's a gateway. It's an entryway into another world, another dimension, another time, another space, another reality. Okay. All right. Thank you, John. Light a single candle. We light that candle symbolically. Although we know that we are the light, we're lighting a candle symbolically. Place an object representing your lineage. Oh, interesting to talk about lineage. When we kind of talked about lineage earlier today, when we were talking about Ethiopia, our African ancestors. You guys understand how we're all connected to one tree, many branches. How we are all cousins, if you will. We're cousins. How there is no separation. We need to remember that today. Okay? This is beyond just woo-woo. Okay? This is actually science as well. You could call it the tree of life. You could call it that. All right. Now, let's go back. So anyway, light a single candle, place an object representing your lineage, a photo, a stone, an heirloom you might have. Some of us have heirlooms that were passed down to us from generations after generations. If you are blessed enough to have an heirloom, how special is that? I do have this piece of fabric that someone gave me, and it's like a prayer cloth. I have it in my storage. But yeah, if you have something sacred, maybe your grandmother gave it to you, maybe your grandfather gave it to you, this is the time to pull that out. This is sacred. special. Somebody that you love, somebody in your lineage, somebody in your bloodline gave something to you. Or even if they just adopted you and brought you into their bloodline, it's still sacred. So you want to find that thing and place it before you. Ask out loud. Y'all funny. I'm going to read the comments in a minute. Y'all cutting up. What do you want me to know? Listen and write down the first words, images, or sensations that arise. Many times our ancestors are speaking to us, but we can't hear. We can't hear because we're so busy in our day. We're so busy with the stuff of life. We're so busy making money. We're so busy paying the bills, which is fine that we're busy doing this, but oftentimes we're too busy to pay attention. It's hard for us to pay attention, as I talked about earlier today, the pineal gland being calcified, many of us having a calcified pineal gland, which is your third eye. And it's calcified for many different reasons. One of the reasons is psychological warfare, which we talked about earlier today. Religion, race, politics, calcified pineal gland. All right. So this ritual is challenging you, number one, to shut the fuck up and to set down, not sit down, set down, and be in silence just for 11 minutes. Yeah, some people say fluoride and all that. Right. This is why we start the practice. We have the practice of doing the silent meditations here. If you haven't done a silent meditation with me, you will. I guarantee it's coming. Because oftentimes we'll do them at the end of the live if I have time, and it'll just be 3 minutes. But what we're doing in that silent meditation is bringing ourselves, like I said, back to the center point, back to zero. Back to the place of nothingness. Back to the space which everything happens. Back to the void. In many ways, back to reality. It's an opportunity to reground and to regroup. Okay? This ritual challenges you to do this on your own and to sit in silence for 11 minutes. 11 minutes might not seem like a long time. Thank you. It might not seem like a long time, but let me tell you, 11 minutes is a long time, especially sitting in silence. What you will notice, this is what I noticed. The moment you decide to sit in silence is the moment your thoughts are crazy. You have all kinds of thoughts. People start making noise around you. You got all kinds of thoughts that come up. This will happen. Let those thoughts and let those things that are happening around you be part of your meditation. Okay? Instead of looking at it as a distraction, because you will feel like, what the fuck is going on? Start looking at it as part of your meditation. If you hear cars going around, like cars are going around me right now, okay, just hear it. Okay? Witness it. There is a magic that comes along with witnessing something, because what's happening is, thank you. What's happening is the witness is the realization that you are the one witnessing. The witness is the awareness. The witness is the awakening. The witness is something in you that's untouched. Okay? Yeah, it's very interesting, Draco. And we went off today. We went off the rails, came back, went off the rails again. But it's very interesting. Okay, so again, challenging yourself to sit in silence for 11 minutes. Challenging yourself to light that candle. There's a meditation even in lighting a candle. It brings about a certain awareness. Okay, it allows you to have a focus, a focal point. There's candle meditations as well. This is simply you lighting a candle, okay, which is like lighting a fire, so to speak, which is alchemy. Okay, and of course we know in alchemy, as we talked about before, the fire, the sacred fire that we light really is love. Because without love, there is no alchemy. Doesn't exist. Yeah, breathing techniques. Your breathing techniques, like what you can do when you're doing this, good question, is simply just to breathe regularly. Just like you guys, when we do our silent meditations, I don't know who's actually been here when we've done a silent meditation. Raise your hand. When we do our silent meditations, we're often just breathing regular. And what will happen when we do our silent meditations is I will say, find your breath. Oh, you haven't? Okay. I'll say, find your breath in your body, is what I'll say. And so what you're doing is you're focusing on your body. You're focusing on where your breath is at the time. Like it might be in your stomach. It might be in your chest. It might be in your throat. It might be in your nose. But you don't realize that until you take a conscious breath. A conscious breath is a very high meditation. It's simply a breath that you are aware of. So when you're sitting in silence and you're looking at your breath, when we do that together, it's you being conscious of the breath within you, which is holy. Holy. And this meditation is not something that I could even take credit for. These are meditations that our ancestors did. This is why they were attuned spiritually and mentally and physically and emotionally, because they did things like meditate. We don't do that anymore. This is why we're lost. This is why we're angry. This is why we're sad. This is why we're confused. This is why we're displaced. This is why the world is a hot ass mess. We need to come back to exactly so many distractions, Daniel, so many distractions. As I spoke about earlier, if you are just getting to this video, right, the phone, the TV, the this, the that, the news, the this, the that. Sometimes even our relationships, distractions, okay? If you can be in a relationship with someone that you can be silent with, that's golden. It's golden. Not having to occupy all of your space with words. Someone you can just sit with and breathe. If you have that, you are blessed. Absolutely. Totally. We're disconnected. But what's funny is that we're connected at the same time. When we come back into ourselves, when we come back into our breathing, we can begin to see the harmony. We can begin to be reminded that there is no separation. That I'm in you, you're in me, we're in each other. The tree's in you. You know what I mean? That everything is already in unison, in harmony. When we step into our breathing, back into our rhythm, we step back into that realization without knowing it with our minds, because it's beyond what our minds know. It's beyond that. We step back into the universal alignment that we never separate from. We just don't realize it because, again, like we said, like in the chat, there's so many distractions. Okay. So sit with your ancestors is essentially what I'm saying in this ritual, because your ancestors are speaking to you. Okay. And ask out loud, what do you want me to know? What is it that I need to know? Some of our ancestors will come to us in dreams and visions. Yeah, the frequency is within. Yep, the frequency is within. And we find that frequency simply by being attuned with ourselves, We find that frequency by simply being still. Because being still, we realize the undercurrent is still here. We might be here, but the current is here always. There is a part of us that is uninterrupted. It's uninterrupted by bills. It's uninterrupted by, I gotta sneeze. I'm not sneezing. Hold on. Y'all. Look, all over myself. It's uninterrupted by life, so to speak. Life shit. Thank you. Thank you. Do I promise to always have a sense of humor? Oh my God, yeah. I have a crazy sense of humor. Who do what? How do the ancestors tap into what? The vibration of stillness? By simply, there's many ways. But one way is by being still and breathing and having that conscious breath. But what was I saying before I sneezed? It's so funny. Oh, y'all. You want to talk about a sense of humor? Let me tell you. Please. I'm actually very silly. Okay. Very silly. And also I have a dry sense of humor. I laugh at things that I probably shouldn't be laughing at. Right. The 0 point. So yeah, that's what I was saying. So there's a part of us that is uninterrupted. It's not affected. That's really the part of me that's animating the body. It's not me that's animating the body. It's an energy within that animates the body. There's a part of us that is a witness to everything. When you're watching your breath, you're actually participating in connecting to the part of you that is the witness, the one that sees. There's a part of you where nothing can be taken away and nothing can be added. We know this. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so anyway, thank you. So what's my faith? Oh, hey. You talking about like what's my religious background? Do I have a religion that I'm part of? I'm not a religious person. I'm not a man-made religious person. And I went over that today. Today we talked about Constantine and all that. And I even talked about some of my spiritual background in this latest book that I wrote, Ancestors Speak. So I also said that I don't care what religion you are. If you have one, if you don't have one, I don't care what you do. Because everyone's welcome here. You know, my path is one that accepts everyone. Everyone. Don't really care. You know what I mean? What you say, Daniel? They cutting up? Daniel. They be cutting up all the time, dang. I'm used to it. So anyway. Okay, cool beans. Yeah, so everybody's welcome here. Just feel at home here. Okay. Just know that I'm going to share my perspective with you. Not saying that my perspective is right and your perspective is wrong. None of that. None of that. You know, this is an open community. Don't care what you look like. Don't care about your sex preference. Don't care about none of that. None of that. Those of you asking about my doctorate degree in business administration, that has been pinned. So please watch the video. Yes, my doctorate is in business administration. Okay. And it was earned back in 2012. Long time ago. For those of you who don't know, yes, I am peer-reviewed and published. You can find my scholarly work on Google Scholar. For those of you who don't know. But beyond those things is the spiritual. You know, not to discount those things, but beyond what I know, and beyond what I've done, I am no thing. Thank you. Which means that I'm not attached to the roles that I've played. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead and subscribe. Yeah, thank you, Polo, for expressing your religious views here. That's great. You're allowed to have those here. You're allowed to have those here. But earlier we did talk about Constantine and the history of Christianity pre and post Constantine, and how certain things were decided in the Council of Nicaea, and how certain books had made it into the Bible, because of politics and because of man-made doctrine and so on and so forth, this and that and this and that. But you're more than welcome. And thank you. You're more than welcome to be a Christian. You're welcome to be a Muslim. You're welcome to practice Judaism. You're welcome to be agnostic. You're welcome to be an atheist. You're welcome to be whatever you want to be here. Or nothing. Because at the end of the day, I love you wherever you are, whoever you are, however you are. Okay? All right. Now, let's continue. So as you're sitting with your ancestors, you're asking this question: what is it that I need to know? Is that right, Daniel? Interesting. And I'm going to go to the chat in a minute and comment. Oh, it's 2:22. And then I'm going to skedaddle. Okay? Write down the first words or images or sensations that arise. Do not filter them. Yeah, I'm beyond time. That's what I'm going to start telling people when they ask me my age. I'm beyond time. Beyond time. Ancestors are beyond time. Time is an illusion. How about that? Now, don't filter the images that come up in this ritual. Okay, you are being trusted with a piece of a record. So when your ancestors speak to you, they give you certain images, you write them down. This is a ritual. Meditation prompt. Now each card has a meditation. Again, we're talking about the Oracle deck, 33 card Oracle deck, Expect More Oracle deck, which was channeled. Thank you. Okay. And we're reading a card. This is card number 6. Go ahead. Whatever question you have, go ahead and put it in the chat. I will read it before we go and I will answer it. Okay. In this particular meditation, just rewind the tape if you didn't hear the ritual. I know some of y'all have a hard time. Focusing. I get it. You got it. Okay. Maybe later on, when you rewatch this video, you can sit down, and just receive. Some of y'all have a hard time right now. I get it. I understand. Anyway, meditation. Close your eyes and envision a vast ancient forest. Grandfather Owl awaits you in the tallest tree. You do not call him, he chooses to descend. When he comes to you, bow your head. Let him whisper into your ear what only the elders know. Yeah, I get it. I understand. I've taught many classes and I get it. The students in general have a hard time focusing for different reasons. I understand. I'm a human being. I get it. There's nothing wrong with you if you can't focus. Okay? Just watch the video later. Okay? Nevertheless, when he comes to you, bow your head. Let him whisper into your ear what only the elders can know. Let the wisdom settle in your bones. All right. Now, let me go ahead and read these comments, and then we're going to go. After I respond to them, I'm going to go. No, I'm not getting flustered at all. That's cute. No, baby, I'm not new to this. I'm true to it. Okay, so let's read. Let me go back. I do read all of the comments, okay? Okay, we talked about the breathing technique, which is focusing on your breath. Okay, let me go back some more. Oh, that's about all as far as I can go. Tree of Life, you can call it the Tree of Life. Thank you, Juan. Thank you for the compliment. Thank you, Poppy, for being here. Thank you, John. Okay, we talked about the penile, am I probably pronouncing that wrong? Being calcified by fluoride for many folks, okay, and calcified in so many other ways. Thank you, John. Thank you again. Yes, with everything going on in the world. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that comment. Is it Poppy? Thank you, thank you. Okay. Yeah, so many external distractions. We talked about that. Talked about phone and TV. Yeah, how we can be a detriment to many of us. Disconnected from harmony. Talked about how to reharmonize. Okay. Bless you too, John. Absolutely. Yep, Wesley's sense of humor is here. Okay, commented on that. I found my ancestors all went through every war, ending with going to Afghanistan. I wish they would come. Hold on. That's an interesting comment there. Gosh, where'd it go? I wish they would come and tell me what power I hold because I don't understand where I am at mentally in my life. Okay, Poppy, so I get that completely. You know, it's very challenging to be in the, I call that being in the void. What I would suggest is to do the silent meditation that I just recommended. I don't know if you heard everything, but if not, make sure you rewind the tape. Just start there. Okay. Okay, yeah, we talked about the power of stillness. Okay, 9771, thank you. Okay, much respect to you, Dre. Shout out to you, Dre. Okay, thank you again, John. Okay, yeah, we talked about what my faith is, which basically, I don't have a religious category for myself. I just don't. But I respect all people's faith. Okay. Okay, Polo, thank you for sharing your faith here. Okay, put me down. It's funny. Yeah, I'm very grateful to have been able to accomplish a lot so far in my life path. I'm very, glad that I was able to do that. More so, I'm glad that I've been able to help a lot of people along my life journey. Okay. Yep, we've already said that I was beyond time. Okay. 55 double nickel. Okay. Serious question. What was the question? Write down what? Okay, go ahead and rewind the tape. Problem focusing. We talk about that. Put me down. Okay. Need a fan in your room. Is that right? Thank you, Alberto. Thank you. And thank you. What is it? Cacket. Okay. Oh, you were the one getting flustered. You're so cute. Put me down. Thank you, David. What you say? I wouldn't ask for your arm back. Is that right? Can you stay after class? Sure. Sure. Okay, you're back. Okay, Paulindo, I was cleaning your payment. Okay. Hey, struggler, what you say? I've been waiting for the after class learning. Listen, don't play with me, y'all. Y'all want to stay. You do not want to stay after my class. I'm gonna give you some homework for real. Okay. Do we have any other questions before I go? Cause y'all crazy. And go on about my day. I must say, I'm gonna give you the outfit of the day, which you want detention. You're gonna get detention. Okay. You're gonna get detention. You think it's gonna be fun and games, and then I'll have you here doing homework. Okay. So, this is my outfit of the day. Okay. I've been told this is okay to wear. I'm just gonna throw a sweatshirt on. I'm just pretty much gonna be in my car rolling around, so I'm not gonna be out in these streets or anything like that. So I think it should be good. It's hot outside. What topic? Baby, not a topic, is whatever you want to talk about. Okay. Yes, Daniel, you have a beautiful day too. Yeah, you guys just cutting up in here. Hey, KDP, how are you, sweetie? I'm doing great. Thank you so much for asking. Yes, very colorful as a rainbow. Pajamas. My mommy bought me these. Shout out to my mom. Where am I? I'm on Earth. I think. You want detention too? Okay. All right. Okay. Now when I assign homework to you, you're going to be looking crazy now. Your homework is what I just gave you. Okay, by the way, those of you who have, thank you, KDP, those of you who have asked for detention, your homework is what I just gave you. If you don't know, thank you, Wesley, and you are too. If you don't know what the homework was, you're going to have to rewind the tape. Those of you who have asked for detention, Aaron, you don't have to do the homework unless you want to. I call it soul work. Okay. It is the ritual and also the meditation. I'm glad to hear you're good, KDP. Yes. Yes. Don't forget your ID. Exactly. Right. Right. Because you have to be grown to enter my detention. Y'all don't want to enter my detention. You really don't. Happy Sunday, 7:04. Okay. All right, you guys. All right. If we don't have any questions, let me check that before I skedaddle. Okay. Go eat my oatmeal and go mind my business on this Sunday. I'll probably be running around until about, maybe about 9 o'clock. Then I'll come home. Do lines together. I don't know. I don't even know what you're talking about, boo. My doctorate degree is in business administration. Okay. Yeah, I don't do lines. But if you do lines, then you do lines. Do I have any flaws? Oh yeah. Oh my God, yeah. Definitely. Definitely. Like, for example, sometimes, sometimes I need to work on my self-esteem. Okay. Sometimes I have to trust the ancestors that everything is going to work out all right. Yeah, for example, those are some of my flaws. I would say. I'm sure there's a laundry list of other ones, but those are the ones that come to mind right away. Nice. Is that kind of like a continuation of an MBA? Okay, yeah. Well, my undergrad, my bachelor's is in human services with a criminal justice emphasis. My master's is in management and organizational leadership. And my doctorate degree is in business administration, and the dissertation concerns success factors of African American female entrepreneurs. It was a phenomenological study that was done way back in 2012. So you could find it on Google Scholar. Yeah. So, yep. Did all that. Went to school for 10 years in order to get those degrees. But yeah, no, the research in the doctoral study is germinal key and current. For those of you who are familiar with germinal key and current research. What did I find? I found out that there were certain factors that led to success. And the reason why I even did that study is because, well, first of all, I went into my research, wanted to know if there was a connection between customer service and ethnicity. And my dissertation chair at the time was like, girl, I had all guys on my committee, by the way. He was like, girl, if you want to graduate in this lifetime, then you need to find a study that actually you can do. Otherwise, this is going to take you 100 years to complete. And so I started doing my literature review, ran across a study from Beth Ann Reeves. Beth Ann Reeves researched female entrepreneurs and their success factors. And when she researched the African American female entrepreneurs, she found out that it was an understudied area of research. And sure enough, when I did my own research, I found out that their research had been polarized for 40 years. Even though they were starting businesses at excessive rates, their success factors weren't as great. And I wanted to know, okay, well, let me flip this. Let me talk to the ones who were actually successful and find out what they did in order to be successful. There were certain measurements that I used for success at the time. I can't even remember, but it's in the study. But if you're interested in the study, you can find it on Google Scholar. Let me see. See if it'll let me look it up. Sometimes it doesn't let me look it up. And that dissertation, you could purchase it. I mean, I'm not going to get anything from it. You know. But I also talk about it in my book, Expect Effing More, which I ended up writing and releasing in 2020, which I reference a part of the study. So, for example, hold on, thank you. If we were to look at this right here, hold on. I'll let this play while I look this up. Okay.
Mind and a presence.
Okay, this is not my voice, so bear with me. The study background.
My study background. I am a researcher with a cultivated taste for exploring Black history and women's issues. In 2007, I wrote my master thesis on the history of Black hair culture. In 2012, while in my doctoral program, I started exploring the behaviors and traits that led to the success of companies. Why were Black women starting businesses? What were their thoughts on success and failure? The more I studied the literature concerning the topics of entrepreneurs within America, African American entrepreneur experience, woman entrepreneurs, and African American woman entrepreneurs, the more I became fascinated with the ideal mindset for business success. In 2012, I was a part-time entrepreneur. I was dipping my toes deeper into the entrepreneurial water and experiencing the multiple failures and successes that come with stepping into the role of an entrepreneur. I considered myself a part-time entrepreneur because I was working multiple jobs when I started my very first companies.
I sure was.
By 2012, I had been playing around in the world of business for 5 years. I didn't know what I was doing at that point, but I knew if I kept going, making adjustments, that I would eventually see real success. True business success in my early entrepreneurial path meant working exclusively for myself, paying myself, and sustaining myself. I had finally gotten to that level of success and beyond. In 2012, I was confident that I would find Black women to interview who were in successful businesses more than 5 years old. I used 5 years as a baseline because, according to the Small Business Administration, more than half the businesses fail within their first years of business, and most entrepreneurs are out of business by their 5th year. How do strong businesses run by Black women survive? These owners face the challenges of starting a company. Indeed, these women overcame the challenges of dual discrimination, suggested by literature, that might be experienced by women of color. Finally, there is an absence of Black women business owners' experiences told within the literature.
There really is.
What was the secret sauce? What type of fortitude did you need to succeed in spite of the odds? I wanted to expand on the 2008 research from Beth Ann Reeves, which explored the lived experiences of women entrepreneurs. I set out on a mission to explore the perceived dynamics that female business owners considered essential in creating and continuing their business. What I learned were the stories of 5 unique women who shared their hearts and brilliant minds with me.
I'll answer that in a minute, Wesley.
Based on the stories and data extrapolated from my interview questions, I was able to find several reoccurring clusters and themes. My business ownership journey confirmed these themes and patterns. In 2012, I conducted a study concerning success factors of African American women business owners. My purpose for completing the study was partly for my doctoral completion requirements. I started my research based on my desire to do an ethnographic study, or a study of a specific ethnicity and their experiences within a business. What I found while conducting the research was astonishing and conflicting. Although African American women-owned businesses were showing growth in various areas of development, including business quantity, number of employees, and profit, their profits and business success overall were poor compared to other minority and non-minority business owners. No agreed-upon explanation for this phenomenon existed within the literature. There was also a huge hole in the literature concerning Black women entrepreneurs. What was strange and didn't make sense was that Black women were starting businesses at rapid rates, and yet their experiences were not being captured. Adding to the conflict was the fact that the number of African American women-owned startups were increasing. However, studies showed a small number of actual African American female-owned firms. African American female entrepreneur research often painted an identical picture of African American women entrepreneurs. The keys revealed.
The keys.
I discovered the keys when I interviewed 5 female Black business owners in 2012 and through my entrepreneur experience, which dates to 2007. The keys came from an academic process that included transcribing notes and tape recording interviews for data analysis. I used a phenomenological design within the study and followed something known as the Mustakas modification of the Van Calm method for analyzing data. This means that I set out to study a phenomenon, and I used a reliable method to collect and extrapolate data. The phenomenon was that although Black women were starting businesses at rapid rates, they were not as successful as they could be compared to their counterparts. And I was trying to figure out why. In this case, I was also wondering why no one was talking about this gap.
Sure was.
The process I completed to conduct the research was indeed a process. I will spare you the details of the analysis here.
Mind blowing.
However, if you are doing academic level research on this topic, I recommend reviewing my study in full.
I do.
The most interesting thing to me was to see the patterns within the data. Patterns, if any, become readily identifiable at some point within the clustering process when you analyze qualitative data.
Scientific.
Once the researcher identifies the patterns, themes ultimately arise from the data analysis. My research included in-depth interviews with African American female entrepreneurs who had owned their businesses for 5 years or more. The interviews took place over the phone and were tape recorded.
Old school.
I asked them about their lived experiences of being an African American female entrepreneur with a business older than 5 years. What factors or themes of factors contributed to their success? I asked questions about their backgrounds to obtain an understanding of their family background, educational, and business experiences. I also focused on their business reflections. Business reflection questions help me to gather the business owner's perceptions of their leadership styles, the challenges of being a business owner, and the factors that they thought contributed to their success.
I'm a pioneer in
I
this
asked for
research.
their recommendations for others wanting to start a business to glean what these owners considered important in creating and maintaining a successful business. Finally, I asked demographic questions to clarify the participants' characteristics further and to help me classify information. I used Weft qualitative data software to analyze my information and color code participants' responses based on keywords.
Qualitative data
Next,
software.
I clustered the keywords according to each participant's experience. Eventually, I developed textual descriptions from the keywords, clustered data, and verbatim participant responses. These textual descriptions led to emerging themes that I color-coded for further analysis. Finally, I analyzed each research question's emerging themes for the revelation of major themes. Major themes were those themes that were relevant to the study. Frequently reoccurring themes were cited as key themes within the data.
So I got my research done. Okay.
Key 1.
So,
Key 1.
what were the keys?
Key 1.
What are the keys to business success? Mindset. Defining success your own way, business development, financial, money matters. Of course, these keys are applicable to everyone, which is why I say the book Expect Effing More can help any business owner, essentially. Networks of support. And then the last but not least, my story. How messes become messages. You ever hear that before? How messes become messages. Okay? Everybody has a story. So let me see if I can find the research on, if it'll let me look it up on Google Scholar. It might not. Sometimes my Google Scholar cuts up. Yeah. It says your computer network may be sending automatic queries. Let me see if I can find it on here. Yeah, go ahead and ask me a question. But I'm kind of all over the internet. Qualitative research. Okay, so if you look me up on the internet, it pops up right away. Dr. Bernetta B. Thomas is a business educator, author, speaker, and entrepreneur recognized for her qualitative research on the success factors of African American female entrepreneurs. Her work often focuses on the challenges, mindsets, and strategies for success for women business owners. Key aspects of Dr. Thomas's work. That's if you want to call me Dr. Thomas, you can, but you can just call me Dr. B if you want, or you can just call me B. Anyway, research focus. She conducted a phenomenological, groundbreaking research study focusing on the experiences of African American female entrepreneurs, exploring their behaviors, traits, and approaches to overcoming obstacles like racism and difficulty securing funding. Published work. She is the author of Expect Effing More: The 5 Keys to Business Success for African American women business owners. Background: with over 2 decades of experience in teaching adult learners and developing curriculum, she earned her doctorate in business administration. Expertise and experience: she is a serial entrepreneur who helped scale a San Diego dispensary to $6 million in sales in 1 year. She is also recognized as an NFT artist and speaker focused on emerging tech and business strategies. Her research emphasizes the need for tailored strategies for Black women in business, addressing the intersection of gender and race in entrepreneurship. That gives you some background for those who were wondering and asking questions about, am I a real doctor? What's my doctorate degree in? You know, I know a lot of times I come on here talking about spiritual things, but baby, there's a lot that meets the eye. Oh, Struggler, thank you. Struggler, you're so sweet, you noticed. Okay, let me go back. No, I don't live in LA. No, I actually live in a very quiet town. But it doesn't seem like that, does it? Because it's pretty loud today. What you say, oh, that's normal, B. When a person is intelligent, so is self-critical. Yeah, it can definitely be, yeah. What did I find? Okay, I talked about what I found. Have I ever had a speaking engagement at a HBCU? No. No, I haven't. But would I be willing? Absolutely, I'd love to. I'd love to. But I have had speaking engagements, just not at a HBCU. I would love to. I admire you too. Thank you, Polindo. Thank you. We're all the same. The uni does suck, but own all the research. Is that right? Thank you, Polindo. Thank you, Struggler. If there was trauma to the head and you suspect that there was damage to the cerebral cortex, what would I do first? I probably wouldn't move the person. I don't know, I'm not a medical doctor, but that's an interesting question. Thank you, user, for asking that question. Spiritual awakening, yes, God bless you too. Big Don Dot, I'm so glad you're here. Can you fly me out? Yeah, go ahead. Question. Thank you, Michael. Is it Michael? Why am I here? Why are you here? Why are you here, Kakit? This is my YouTube channel, so why are you here? What you say, user? Was most of the data accrued via self-reports or surveys? You mean the data that I collected? Funding business loans, seeing how business operated and who owns the owner's credibility. Hold on, let me read that again. Make sure I catch it. Was most of the data accrued via self-reports and surveys? No, it was accrued in person. Yeah, in person, interviewing the business owners directly. Yeah, isn't that pretty cool, Kakit? What you say? Controlling for things like education and range metrics for political or potential and how the businesses are operating if there are variances. Hold on, it keeps disappearing. The only difference is race and gender. Could be more. Well, it ended your message. We don't refer to ourselves as she. Okay. Conclusive. I'm not sure what you're asking there. I'm sorry. Okay, you can ask another way. Yeah, that's me. Hackett. Hey, Sparky. Shout out to London, England. Okay. That's a cute name too, Sparky. Sorry, I can't type everything I want in one comment. Yeah, isn't it? It just sucks. It just sucks. But let me see. I was thinking about posting this. Let me go into my notes. I don't know if I can find it in here. What is it? Files. Research. Drive. If it'll find anything. I swear. Sometimes, yeah. Child, there is nothing like technology. Like sometimes I tell you, you can't find what you need to find. And things just be missing. Cloud Drive. Research. Yeah, here it is. So, I don't know if this will download. It looks like it wants to. If you want an in-depth view of my research, I recommend actually getting the dissertation, and then you can read it, because it's very in-depth, and you know, for people who are not interested in like scientific studies, it could be very cumbersome. Oh, looking at things like business loans, funding, controlling. Hold on a second. Looking at things like business loans, funding, controlling for things like education, business performance as best as you can. Yeah, I do talk a lot about that in my book, Expect Effing More. Yeah, there are many variances. Yeah, there are many variances. You know, and there's more research that's to be done. There's more research to be done because it's an understudied area of research in general. And like I said, you know, if information has been polarized for over 40 plus years now, then that means that people's lived experiences haven't truly been captured, which is problematic, especially considering that at one particular point in time, African American women were starting the most businesses. So there's all sorts of variances to be captured within the data pool because there is no data to begin with. The data has been severely limited. So there's a lot of things to consider in this area of research. This is why I chose to do my dissertation on it, because it was understudied. As a matter of fact, Matter of fact, some of the keys, right? You get that? Some of the keys that I discovered were new discoveries because the whole research is underdeveloped. It's underdeveloped, really. So there's so much to consider, But in this research right here, in this study. Okay, I'm going to be sharing my screen with you, as you can see. Let's go ahead and pop this up there. So in this video, let's get into it. So I talk about a phenomenological study of the just so you know. We'll look at a little bit of this and then I'm going to go. I promise. I don't know if this is the edited version. Who knows? Okay, so again, we're taking it back to you might see my bloopers. Research I conducted way back when. Let's see if I turn it sideways. There we go. This is what we're going to be going over today. Okay, you can't see this, but... And these were the people that were part of my committee chair when I conducted the research. Okay, so how did this all start? Well, initially, I started looking at business owners, ethnicity, and customer service. I wanted to see if there was a relationship, so I started a literature review. And in that literature review, one topic led me to another topic. So once I started studying business owners, ethnicity, and customer service, then I moved on to study African American business owners in particular. And then I ended with African American female business owners and success. I'm going to be looking at my notes. I have a lot of notes here actually that talks about the process that I went through. And I want to make sure I cover everything. So if you see me looking down, then you know why. I think I'm going to post this on YouTube. So there was research that was conducted back in 2008 by Beth Ann Reeves, and she indicated that a body of knowledge would expand by duplicating her research study with the minority sample. I've been Beth cited Ann twice. Reeves studied women business owners and their success factors. And when she did that in 2008, she discovered that African American female business owners, they had specific needs and issues that were not being addressed. So she suggested that conducting a similar research study, specifically with African American female business owners, could further add to the body of research exploring the unique differences among segments of women business owners and the unique challenges faced by each. Okay, you guys, just so you know, there's a difference between a bachelor's student, a master's student, and a doctoral student. Once you complete your doctoral study, you're adding to the body of knowledge that already exists. Okay, just so we know. What exactly is the problem? Okay, the general problem is the disparity between gender and African American entrepreneurial success compared to white business owners. The specific problem is that although African American women-owned businesses are showing growth in various areas of development, including business quantity, firm development, or firm employment and profit, African American women receive marginalized profits and decreased business success compared to other non-minority and minority business owners. Business isn't easy for anybody, by the way, no matter what. Well, African American women-owned businesses in general are more likely to go out of business than white-owned businesses. From 2008, African American female businesses grew by 19%, more than African American male-owned businesses, and yet their profits were significantly marginalized. We're talking about $25.8 billion versus $79.4 billion. Numbers. Now, what's interesting is that although African American women-owned businesses are increasing in startups, studies show a low number of African American female-owned firms. So increased African American female entrepreneurialism and low numbers of African American female-owned businesses may actually indicate a decreased survival for such firms after they start. So this is most certainly a red flag, which led me further into my study and further to want to explore, well, what's the issues and what are the success factors? Now, small businesses are critical, very much critical to the American economy. Small business owners create... And we know that small businesses were practically damn near destroyed in 2020 by the pandemic, but that's a story for another day. Lots of small businesses suffered, and here it is, small businesses employ so many people. Don't even get me started.
Most jobs and employ about half of America's private sector.
Small businesses.
African American women business owners account for 34% of all minority women-owned businesses within the United States. I want to further go into the significance of this problem by stating that the increase of women business owners has had a positive effect on the American economy. In 2007, women owned 28.7% of all non-farm businesses within the United States. From 2002 to 2007, women-owned businesses increased by 20.1%. Women-owned businesses in 2007 alone generated $1.2 trillion in receipts. So small businesses support product innovation and they support global job development in underserved areas as well. They also enhance America's ability to compete as a global financial leader. Therefore, small businesses are valuable assets to the American economy. Okay? Small businesses account for 99.9%.
Probably somebody that experimented with it and then all of a sudden discovered it, as a lot of, things have happened. That's where we get homeopathy from,
And of the 29.6 million firms conducted business
probably by
in the
accident.
United States. There's an economic importance that entrepreneurialism provides within the United States. There's three things that it provides: a mainstay of economic growth and job creation, a proving ground for product and service innovations, and a means of identifying and exploiting previously undeveloped markets.
This is why small business matters.
The underrepresentation of African American businesses within American society limits economic growth and job creation opportunities within African American communities.
Okay, Wesley, cool.
So what was the purpose of this study? The purpose of this qualitative phenomenological study was to explore what African American female business owners who have been in business for at least 5 years consider important in starting up and prolonging businesses according to their experiences. Again, the significance of this study. Now, this study may be of interest to African American female entrepreneurs, feminine and equal rights activists, other researchers. The research itself may be useful because it may reveal why African American female businesses are less likely to succeed than white-owned businesses. And this research can certainly add to the body of knowledge.
And it did.
So what were the two main research questions that frameworked this study? So two questions. Number one, what are the lived experiences of African American female entrepreneurs in the establishment and continuation of a business during the first 5 years? And then number two, what factors or themes of factors have contributed to their success in establishing and maintaining a business beyond the 5-year period? There were four frameworks that I used.
These are my theoretical frameworks.
And they are planned behavior, which develops a framework of the external, internal factors of entrepreneurial behavior. Social role theory, which develops a framework for gender studies. Theories of high achievement and achievement motivation, which develops a hypothesis for entrepreneurial motivation. And culture theory, which develops the framework for ethnic entrepreneurialism. So what were some of my limitations and delimitations?
Every study has them.
Well, first of all, locating 20 participants that met the study's specific criteria was certainly a limitation.
Definitely.
Hard. Some of the participants that I initially signed up to interview, some of them declined their interview. Not everyone showed up, as to be expected when you do a research study. Also, the National Association of Women Business Owners, which is where I decided to pull my participants from.
Challenging.
Those organizational chapters had very, very limited African American female business owners as members within their organization.
Which was a key point.
Another limitation was the lack of participation from managers at the NAWBO organization. A delimitation was that I focused only on African American female business owners.
Delimitation.
And I focused on those who were in business for 5 years or more. And I focused on those who were members of the National business owners.
Mm-hmm.
Again, the population that I sampled were African American female business owners who have been in business for 5 years or more, and who were also members of the National Association of Female Business Owners.
Mm-hmm.
So, what was the methodology I used?
Let's just talk about that real
I
brief.
decided to use a qualitative methodology. Okay, qualitative methodology seeks to understand, provide descriptions, and generate a hypothesis.
Mm-hmm.
It also seeks to find meaning.
I probably could get mixed
It's
too.
also more exploratory.
Mm-hmm.
You can work. Qualitative methods are appropriate when you have a smaller sample size, which I had.
I did.
But when you're conducting field research, a qualitative method is good for identifying themes and patterns within the data. I also used a phenomenological case study to interpret the participants' descriptions of their experiences. I was the primary instrument for collecting the data. This research was participant focused, again, studying their experiences, seeking to understand human behavior. There was no single reality that exists. There's no single reality that exists within phenomenological case studies, and yet we aim to identify themes and patterns within the data, which is what we did with this research.
This is why I'm Dr. B. I'm not playing with y'all.
So let's talk about the instrumentation and data collection. So this is how the research was conducted. This is how the information was gathered. Again, I was the primary tool for data collection. Phone interviews, responses were tape recorded.
5 more minutes.
I transcribed the phone interviews.
Maybe.
I transcribed the notes and cross-checked with the tape recordings. And then I coded and analyzed the data using software, using qualitative data analysis software.
Let me also say this. Before you even get to this point of doing research, you need approval. You can't just go in there and research. It's funny because it sounds crazy to me, but you can't just go in there and start interviewing people, start researching people. No ma'am, no sir. You have to get approval from boards before you even get to that point. And so my research was approved by boards who gave me the right to ask participants for their information. So very interesting stuff. And that comes from a time where I forget what study this was. This was way back in the day. I think the civilians became guards in this jail system, and they just mucked everything up. And I think at that point, they had to change the way people did research. This was some sort of research study that was done a long time ago. And so all of a sudden, because of that incident, people had to jump through hoops when they were dealing with human participants within a study. And so I had to jump through hoops. Okay, that's what it's called. Is that what it is? Okay, yeah. So because of that, for example, all of a sudden you have to jump through hoops in order to research participants. So I had to go through all of that even before I got to the place of being able to ask one question.
Programs. Continuing with the data collection. Now, participants were assigned a numerical code to assist with identification and to ensure that participant confidentiality and to organize participants' responses. Written interview responses were identified with corresponding tape-recorded responses. All transcribed interview responses were checked for accuracy to ensure correct correspondence with the member interviewed.
For example, you can't use their names.
Cross-check with tape recordings.
Participants' names. You gotta assign them a number or something.
Okay, the data analysis that I use is called the Mustaka's Modified Van Cam Method. And also I use Microsoft Word and Web's qualitative data analysis software.
It's for my nerds out there.
To analyze the data. Again, participants' responses were color-coded based on keywords. And these keywords were then clustered according to each participant's experience.
So in other words, in order to extrapolate the data, I couldn't just be like, oh, this person said this and this person said that, so that means this and this means that. No. What is SPSS? I actually had to go through a whole process. Like I said, I used the Mustaka's Van Camp method. You can look it up. No, I didn't use that. I used just qualitative data analysis software. I didn't use that. It was a qualitative study, so it wasn't a quantitative study. So I focused on using the qualitative data analysis software for the study. But good question.
Once that was done, textual descriptions were developed from keywords. The data was clustered.
No, qualitative data analysis software.
Looked at the participants' responses verbatim.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's qualitative? No, I use qualitative data analysis software. No worries.
Some emerging themes. So emerging themes were formulated from textual descriptions, and such themes were color-coded for further analysis. Again, this was a process. This was a process to do this research, very detailed. And
I feel like I aged 20 years doing that research.
Emerging themes from each research question were analyzed for the revelation of major themes. The major themes were those themes that were relevant to the study. Frequently reoccurring themes were cited as key themes within the data. Again, we're talking about how did I come to the conclusion of the 5 keys? How did I discover the 5 keys? Again, this was the process that I went through with this research.
Yeah, it was like having a baby.
More on the research. Again, 5 participants were studied. These are the demographics. Participants
this is why,
a variety of business.
In my opinion, this is why people are ABD. ABD all but dissertation. You'll see that sometimes because people will go through their doctoral program, but they won't complete their dissertation. Well, hell, it's because it takes a lot of energy to do that. So they're ABD, which means all but dissertation, which means they completed the coursework, but not the dissertation. Okay? By the time you get to the dissertation, you've already gone through the war. Now you got to go through another war. This is why back in the day, only so many people, and I think the percentage is still small. What you say? SPSS, statistical package for the social sciences and comprehension. Yeah, I use qualitative data analysis software. I just had to double check myself. Been removed. Oh, is that right? Oh, thank you for sharing that, user. And thank you for sharing that. Who was that pointed that out? Daniel. Interesting. Okay, yeah. Yeah, awesome. I'm not sure why I used the qualitative data analysis software at the time. I'm not sure, but I did.
The experience ranged from 5 to 15 years of business operation. The average length of business operation was 9.7 years. 1 out of 5 participants were married. 4 out of 5 participants were divorced. The research findings and the demographics continue. Now, again, only African-American female business owners were interviewed. Mm-hmm. The sample size represents business operations in 3 states. Now, 3 states. So 1 participant operates in Wisconsin, 2 participants operate in Georgia, and 2 participants operated in Tennessee.
Okay. Also, as I noted, a limitation to the research study is the amount of participants in the study. Would I like to see the research duplicated with a larger sample size? Absolutely. 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 Mm-hmm.
Right.
What'd you say, 1,000?
Okay, so the research findings, again, an overview of the in-depth questions. So
3% more?
The 2 questions that framed this research, yet there were several questions within the research that got deeper into the study. Okay, so questions 1 through 3, we're talking about getting information on the participants and their personal background. Okay.
I think there was like 20 questions in the research.
4 through 6 focused on business reflections. Participants' recommendations were the focus of questions 7 through 13. And then questions 14 through 19 were demographic questions. Now, additional in-depth questions similar to those found within the Reeves studies, Beth Ann Reeves, who, again, like I said earlier, she conducted a study for all women business owners and their success factors. These particular questions that she used within her research were modified for this research, for this particular sample size.
So, again, those of you who are familiar with doing research at the scholarly level, you understand that when you use somebody else's study, like if you're using their questions, for example, I had to modify them for my audience. Like, you have to get permission from that person. So I literally had to call Miss Beth Ann Reeves. And back in the day, that's what you had to do. I literally had to call Miss Beth Ann Reeves and ask her if I could use her research questions and modify them for my study. What was cool about all of that was, because Beth Ann Reeves had already did a study for women, and because Beth Ann Reeves had already highlighted in her study that she saw some nuances with African American female entrepreneurs, and she suggested this is the further research that needs to be done, it gave me a post to stand on, because as you know, when you do research, you have to justify the need for that research within the body of knowledge. You can't just be like, oh, I just want to do it just because. No. No, you can't. You have to justify the need for the research that you're doing. And so she had already, through her own research, justified the need. Also, another thing that happens when you do research at this particular level is you end up, explaining what needs to be done different. What are some things to further your study? Because there is no such thing, this is what I realized, there's no such thing as a perfect study. There's no such thing as, that's it. There's always more research that needs to be done. That's why we use the word research, to search again. To research means to look again. So there's always more information that can come out, to further advance, to further give information, to further give understanding in the first place. But yeah, I had to call Beth. And she was like, hello. And I was like, hey. I don't even know how I found her number. I had to be a stalker.
I want to go over just a little bit, just in depth, just a little bit about these questions.
Back in the day, baby.
Now, personal questions were asked to obtain an understanding of the participant's family background, education, and business.
She probably was like, who is this?
And also, business reflection questions were asked to gather participants' perceptions of their leadership styles.
But I had to do it.
And the challenges of being a business owner, and factors that they thought contributed to their success. These questions were asked to glean what the participants considered important in creating and maintaining a successful business.
Okay, 2 more minutes.
The questions also probe participants to give advice to other entrepreneurs.
Yeah, and they did. They really did.
So what were the core themes? And now we're getting into the keys.
Yes.
Okay, so here were the themes that were discovered in the research. Using outside employment as a platform
This
to
is the
develop
raw.
entrepreneur field and product knowledge.
Okay.
Persistence regardless of the obstacles.
The raw.
A continuous process of business research. Financial investment. Different measures of success. And networks of support. Okay, so I'm going to go through each of these, and I'm going to show you how they became the 5 keys to business success that we know of today.
Right.
So using outside employment as a platform to develop. Well, that goes along with the key that talks about defining your success. Developing your. That goes along with the key that talks about developing your business. So when you develop your business, you need to.
We all have them.
What I found is that.
Here I go.
Yikes!
This is the raw uncut you guys are seeing.
The importance of
Before
using
my editor got
employment
to
as
it.
a platform to develop entrepreneur and field of product knowledge was a principal theme identified within various interview selections. Question 3 asked participants to describe the process of how they started their business. An analysis of the data revealed that participants used their outside work experiences to develop entrepreneur field and product knowledge. Now, this particular key this particular finding is related to the key that talks about developing your business. And when you develop your business, one of the things that African American female entrepreneurs tend to do is actually use their employment as a way to educate themselves about being an entrepreneur. They use their employment as a way to springboard to close the gap between being an entrepreneur and being a 9-to-5 employee. They use the information that they glean from their employment, and they take that information with them.
I'm sure this was edited.
When they become entrepreneurs. Again, that particular thing is part of the key that talks about.
I forgot the key. Y'all, this is what it looks like behind the scenes. When you're ready to throw your computer out the window, but you're trying to give the people information. And you're just like, oh Lord, this is the raw, uncut, unedited version before the editor even got to it. Yeah. Real life. Had to look out the window. Had to say, Lord, why me? Mm-hmm. Just let you know it's real.
Again, the theme of outside employment, using outside employment as a platform to develop your business, became
I'm trying to figure out how I want to explain this.
That I used to develop the key that talks about the importance of developing your business. Okay? Persistence regardless of the obstacles. Remaining persistence regardless of the obstacles was another core theme discovered within the data.
This is where
all
mindset
participants
comes
spoke
from.
passionately concerning the importance of African American women business owners being strong, confident, and determined, and persistent regardless of the obstacles they may experience, both as women and as African American female business owners. Participants encouraged future African American female entrepreneurs to be assertive and almost unapologetic in their quest to pursue their objectives of entrepreneurial freedom. The core theme of remaining persistent regardless of the obstacles arose in 4 research questions. That particular theme became part of the mindset key that we talk about in the 5 keys. A continuous process of business research. Again, we're talking about developing your business.
Okay, so I'm going to stop there. I think I'm going to end up posting the finished work on YouTube, because it's a very interesting PowerPoint presentation that I felt like I needed to do, because that explains where the 5 keys to business success came from, which was the second published work. So first we started with the phenomenological study that was done in 2012. Okay, this was early on in my entrepreneurial career. I started being an entrepreneur in 2007, and then, this is around the time when I started researching business. So it's like, I'm doing business, I'm researching business, I'm doing it, I'm researching it, I'm learning about it. And then all of a sudden I do the research and I discover, I didn't call them the 5 keys to business success. No, they were just the core themes found in the research study. And so I published that. And then fast forward to 2020, so from 2012, then now we're in 2020. I've been in business for much longer. I've actually been able to apply some of the information that I found within my original research study in 2012. And I'm seeing for myself now, now I have personal evidence, not just theoretical, okay? So that becomes, my second publication becomes the 5 keys to business success. Now I'm sharing the dissertation to a larger audience. And not only that, but I'm sharing my own background in business as well. So the 5 keys to business success is like a testament to what I already knew, but it's repackaged in such a way where it is less scientific, even though it is definitely heavy in citations, and also where it is less theoretical, and it is more, practical, which, by the way, is why I decided to go for a doctorate versus a PhD, because there's a difference. I decided to go with the doctorate degree because I didn't want theory only. I wanted theory and practice, so not just being able to teach in a classroom, but I wanted knowledge that I'd actually demonstrate out in the real world. So yeah, very interesting stuff. So yeah, you guys, that's just a piece of, that side of my brain. This is why I do like to fact check things. But there's three sides to every coin, so there's the owl hooting in the background. It's definitely time for me to skedaddle. I've enjoyed my time with you all. This has been a very, 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 very full live, and I hope that you got something from it, whether you got something from it from a spiritual standpoint, where we talked about Constantine and mysticism and Christianity post and pre-Constantine, agnostics, Gnostic Gospels, which we really didn't go into the Gnostic Gospels, but Gnostic mysticism. Whether you got something from a historical standpoint, again, same thing. Whether you got something when we talked about maybe astral projecting, which we really didn't go into too much detail there, but we kind of talked about some of the Clairaudio, blah, blah, blah. Or whether you got something from it from an academic standpoint, when we talk about business and a little bit of my background in research as it relates to business studies. And you guys, in some ways, have helped to direct the chat, which is why we ended up talking about some of these things in the first place. Okay? Anyway, I love you all. I hope you have a fantastic rest of your Sunday. It was so nice hanging out with you guys for like all this time. So before I go, I'm going to go ahead and give you a deep namaste, which simply means that the God in me acknowledges the God in you. Again, thank you for being here. Yes, Daniel, I'm so glad that you were here. Thank you for everyone that was part of this chat. Yes, Paulindo, I hope you have a great week too. And yeah, just sending good vibes, you guys. Love someone, starting with yourself. Until next time, bye.